so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, our goals just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feels so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feels so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of things on the sharp, but it looks like Team Sexy wants to forward a nice quicker kick, nice knock up, down goes Molecule to name your damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing that Uzi getting demolished. I am booty. That was messed up.
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the feet.
That's what it looks like.
We'll see Ziggy though getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that Petrify, but Ziggy is going to go down. It's another kill and do some sort of crazy play. But now he is taking some damage. He does cover it. Wait a second. Pulling her way, Ziggy though chasing in, does have that ultimate way to use it. Although he's going down straight there, trying to slow down, trying to push it, taking a bit too much damage, taking out Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ultimate.
The openings, they're not able to find those fingers out. That's going to get caught with another
big swing down. Nice knock him on that player. That player maybe going down once again. He's going down, able to kill. And does push on the fender upon the Nicolette. Zia with that ultimate trying to make some space. Sharp with the Newman on blast. They are going to get still on to 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Switch. Wait a second. Best player with the Petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offender on the Sharp. They steal that tower. Now coming around the side of Axel there. With the Sharp. Coming on the Sharp.
right now.
kill on the best player. 3 members down. Make that forward. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have But again, no one's able to stop this movement on Black. It crashes down. Team fight, the disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
we do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new
viewers, welcome to the show.
I hope you enjoy.
You enjoy.
There it is, guys.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy into the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The down counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, the way the nice stun on the shark, Pokey doing a little damage, do not want to fuck up.
I feel so alive, it's like I'm living time. All this shit on my mind, feel like I'm living vibes. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky, still I grind to keep me on top, no ceiling time. Yeah, ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive, I'm going all out.
Secured it just barely. Out goes there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the beam. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Wait, there's a butterfly locked on Gals in the back line. But Sir Bossy will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77, Nicolette keeps on moving in. Marquez here. And gets the kill.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, our goals just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of beat there on the Shark. But it looks like Team Sexy wants to forward. A nice flicker kick, nice knock up. Down goes Monarch to the major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. Hayabusa. I think that was messed up on the
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the feet.
That's what it looks like.
We'll see Ziggy though getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there. And do some sort of crazy play. But now he is taking some damage there. He does turn around. Wait a second.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the North American Squad League. Sorry for the late start. We did have some technical issues, some storms going over headquarters right now, or aka my house. And we will be starting in just a second. Now, definitely excited for tonight. But before we jump in, I do want to introduce the people's favorite, the favorite potato, Private Dancer. How you doing tonight, man?
I am doing great. No storms out here. Clear skies, sun is shining, so sucks to be you on that end. But man, it is a great night to be casting, especially these teams here. We just had some great news, big news about NACT, which kind of makes these matches here in the Squad League all the more important as we lead up into what will be the qualifiers for M4. So I know a lot of teams licking their lips right now, and they want to make sure that their swords are sharpened and ready to go as they take on the rest of the top in NA right now.
Yeah, I think everyone is just building up right now. Hype is building up, the pressure's building up, and all the teams are trying to get ready for M4 qualifiers, right? Everybody wants a piece, and after seeing BTK go to M3 last year, everybody now knows it's possible, right? And then after seeing BTK lose in the past NACT, everyone feels like it's even more possible, like everything is just up for grabs. So as always, NASL has kind of been the training grounds for a lot of these teams. It's been the startup, it's been the build-up, it's been a place where they, like you said, can sharpen their swords. So tonight, we're going to see 6 great teams go on to sharpen these swords. As you guys can see below us, we do have the match schedules tonight. It's going to be Insomniacs up against the Simpsons Series 1. After that, the Valley going against Ethereal. And then to finish it all off, Team First Bloods going up against Vec Fantasy Main. Now, last week, things got very shaken up. A lot of upset games, a lot of things changing. And when we look at the leaderboards, the Valley still stands on tall, has the best record in the whole league, right? 5-0. Insomniacs sitting at 3-2. A lot of other teams sitting at 3-2, and the points are very close for those top 6 positions, right?
Yeah, and not just that, but I feel like that after coming out of the last NACT, a lot of teams kind of switched or changed up focuses. Rosters have been kind of moving around. People are hungrier. Maybe some people are a little bit more lackadaisical as it comes up. We saw Ethereal get their first win last week. So happy for that as well, because it started evening out our playing field. As people are starting to juggle around, we know that the Valley now has Hoon and Shark. Ackerman has replaced the once Area 77. First Blood is working with some new roster changes. But like I said, I know all of these teams, and Team Sexy. I can't forget about Team Sexy as well. There's some of the veterans here, but it's just been a wonderful thing to watch, and I am really excited to see how we come in to these next few, I want to say next 1 or 2 weeks, because if things are going to get shaken up again, as soon as we start getting like calm and we think we know what's going on, boom, we're not going to have the same emblems anymore as we move into the playoffs for the Squad League as well. So it's it's all about how much you can kind of adjust and adapt to the battlefield.
Most definitely. And as we see the leaderboards are changing, we're now going to jump into the first draft of the night. This will be the Simpsons up against Insomniacs. Now, Insomniacs will have second pick, and we're already seeing some of these bans change up as we moved into the second half of this season, right? Natalia becoming popular, Ling getting banned a lot more, showing that a lot of more teams are getting more comfortable with it, whether they're having MS difficulties. I mean, we've been watching Best Player kill it on the Fanny, kill it on the Ling, things like that, and we know that Simpsons Cole World likes to run the Ling, right? Both teams being patient right now. The question is, are we going to still see some of those typical bans like Natalia, Valentina, some of those things, Masha, Akai, or are those guys essentially off the table now, Private?
Well, we're starting to see that banning area, those priority bans starting to get filled up now, to where your things are starting to drop off. You still got Faramis out there, like you said, Masha, Valentina. There's so many picks now, and it's starting to change around the priority. I'm really interested because seeing this Natalia up here, we haven't seen it too often here as far as a ban, but it's become more popular as we saw last weekend with what she can do as far as kind of upsetting the balance of your carries, which are the ones that you're kind of nursing, you're kind of babying to try to make sure that they can get to that mid and to that late game to be able to do the damage that is needed to kind of break through this tank meta. Haven't seen so much as the assassins come in yet, but I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing some changes here a little bit. And you already know what I'm looking for since these new skins came out. I'm looking for those.
Where's the Akai? The Thamus.
Yeah, the Thamus and the Akai with these new Kung Fu Panda skins. I want to see that no matter what. And Thamus already, I think, has a pretty good chance of being picked just because he's become so strong in the jungle and in lane these last few weeks.
Yes, and most definitely. I mean, we all want to see the skins tonight. I think I sent a message in the Discord, like, who's going to rock those skins tonight? I want to see the Thamus. I haven't gotten to see it yet. I've been busy the past few days since it dropped. So definitely excited for it. But the Simpsons going to play it smart, going to make sure they get a solid lock-in, going for that Beatrix up front. Now, I like it. I think the Beatrix has been so dominating from here to overseas. Everywhere has really just kind of taken the top of the food chain, especially with Claude being banned out. But they are sacrificing over the Julian. Now, the Julian for a few teams has been lackluster, but in my eyes, I still think it is a very solid pick, especially up front because the flexibility of it, right? I've been seeing some teams go for like the Julian Thamus up front, and it just gives you so much flexibility, right? Either one of them can roll into the jungle, either one of them also have another lane that they can go to possibly. So I like the way that Insomniacs are starting this off. They pick up the Lunox, cover some late game, and they have some nice aggression wherever they want to put this Julian in. We're taking off the caster desk because we want to see it.
I think they're messing around with us right now. But to add on to what you said, not just giving up a Julian, but what I think is probably one of the most underrated mages right now in the Linux, because she just, if you're talking about somebody that can really kind of peel into that tank meta, to be able to do that percentage health damage into that, to upset those Akais, those Balmons, those Thamuses, you're going to be talking about Linux with the damage that she can do with that darkening ult to just be able to spam those abilities and chip down on those players. So it's become a real nuisance to have to deal with her, especially with those players who can really juggle that dark and light ult from the Linux here that we see on Ashley. But we do see the counter picked up here with the Diggy and the Belmont here. Probably a little bit of a thinking about making sure that the enemy team isn't really leaning toward that Atlas pick that we've seen come up here often and over again. I think this is kind of a ward away from that. However, Diggy has always been more of a niche pick for me personally, as far as like you use it against an Atlas, you use it against the Akai or something like that. I'm not sure how well it will if your composition really isn't leaning too heavily on characters like that, but we're gonna see what Simpsons have in store here as we move into the second banning phase.
Yeah, and with that second banning phase, we're seeing the Yve get picked off. We're seeing the Franco, the Lilia, Insomniac's now focusing in onto these mages as they already have their own locked in. Simpsons do still need a tank. Well, no, they have the Diggy. It's going to be support, right? It's going to be a support roam. So maybe they keep homing in onto tanks here. Of course, the Diggy could be swapped over. I've seen it a few times recently, but most likely it's going to be the roam. Now, back to that Diggy, right? Now, I think you're right about the niche pick thing, but also in a sense, like, I think it's the Diggy can really fall if you pick up like an assassin jungle or more of a squishy jungle, but because the thing is you're giving up that heavy front line to normally protect your jungler, and you're very open to invades in the early game. But where the Diggy really thrives, even without like being a great counter thing, is that reverse time, that second skill, that pullback, right? And you put him down, he goes and supports the gold lane, and he's really able to help Beatrix thrive. And now with the Ballman too, early game, if they want to be aggressive with it, they do have the ability with the Diggy, and I do like the possibilities of it. But Pogi now picking up the Thamus. There's that skin we wanted, right? We get to see it. Yeah. So a heavy hitter, a nice jungler. Not only that, but you have the Julian and the Thamus, like I talked about, gives you a lot of nice early game aggression. Insomniac's rounding it out by picking up the Lunox earlier to make sure they also have some end game. The only thing I don't like about Insomniac's right now is they are very in your face, not a whole lot of range. I mean, even Brody, not big range on the Brody. You really got to get in the thick of things if you want to do a lot of damage, right? So looking very dive composition on the side of Insomniacs right now, Private.
Yeah, but not just dive composition. You have a lot of damage negating abilities here with that brightness on the Linux, or that she can negate damage, just go into that alt form. Julian has one as well, where he's able to dash out of danger, as well as Yoon here on this Brody. He can go ahead, hit you with that stun, be able to kind of create a distance for himself. So they have a pretty decent line here, and I feel like a good ability to be able to kite as well. Whereas on the other side, I think they do have a very nice front line on the Simpsons here. They have the Belmont, they do have the Paquito here, who's going to be able to just put an exorbitant amount of damage. And this is what I'm really worried about for the side of coming from the Simpsons, is you got that Paquito and that Farsight. That's going to be an immense amount of damage right off the boot from these guys as soon as they hit level 4. And we do see, is that the Raphael pick over there?
That is the Raphael pick.
Yeah, I do like this, a Raphael pick with a Thamus, just because it does kind of close up one of those holes that Thamus has, which is his mobility, his ability to be able to get in and get out here. And this helps out with that stuff that you were talking about with the team that you're kind of worried about, in that they don't really have a lot of range on them. This is going to help them be able to kind of either close the distance on their enemies or be on the reverse side, be able to kite.
Yeah, but still, I mean, looking at Insomniacs right now, it is just a big ball of death. In the mid game, it's just going to be 5 people, very, very huddled together, very Oob-esque strategy of them, going against a team that to me seems a little more well-rounded. But the thing is yes, if the side of Insomniacs here can get aggressive in the early game, possibly, maybe put a bit of pressure, it's not going to be easy, but maybe get a little snowballed up front, I could really just see them rolling over the side of the Simpsons here. But before we get any farther, this is the first series of the night. The Simpsons going against Team Insomniacs, both with a very decent record right now, fighting for these top 6 positions and to hold them down, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting here. We do see kind of a duo at the mid lane, while on the side of the Simpsons, they are trying to go ahead and back up that gold lane. We do know that the gold lane really has become a priority in the last few weeks, as far as trying to protect it, trying to make sure that they can get fed and carry them into the mid to late game. Farsight actually taking a little bit of damage down at the mid, is able to get away, but this is going to force her to go back, so she's not going to be able to have that rotation when Belmont meets them down at the bottom for the gank there. So maybe a little bit of a misplay by her a little early in that she had to go home so early.
Yeah, I feel like Yuna's going to have to play careful right here. He's going to need to keep his space, because if you get caught by that second skill, the reverse time of Damien, it's going to be a problem. Cold World is going to be on top of you. Now, Something we also need to watch for is we know that the Farza, right, has those quick rotations in the early game, and if you can use that wings by wings well and maybe get a quick gank, you can possibly put some nice pressure onto the off lanes. But it looks like Nate is just kind of matching up with Ashley in the mid. A nice reverse time onto Ashley, pulling her back, taking a bit of damage, but she does have that sustainability with that passive, right? She does have the ability to get some of those life back.
She is kind of flying up here, maybe into the danger zone, as we see Pogi coming in onto Blazer. Is going to go ahead and meet him, putting on some damage, but Blazer going to get safely back to the protection of that turret. 3 seconds now left on this turtle, as we see that it looks like Insomniacs is in a better position here, but we do have Luke coming in here for the Simpsons. I think he might be in a little bit of a bad position here. They are going to go ahead and engage on it. 10% left, and Pogi is able to pick it up. Luke does get taken down by Ashley there, and Blazer able to pick up the nice pocket kill onto the Linux as well. So not all for nothing here. It is a 1-for-2 exchange, but definitely not the way you want to start the game if you are the Simpsons.
Yeah, and that was the problem, right? And that's, I mean, both of them do have, hold on a second, Pogi being aggressive, stealing that blue buff. R does come in, almost gets a knock-up. Nate just trying to fend them off. Don't think anything too major has happened, but with that turtle being taken, this is the start, right? This is the start of Insomniacs possibly just keep on rolling over. And though they both did pick kind of squishy early game roams, I would have to give it to Rafaela a little bit better, especially paired up with the Thamus, who, in the off lane, Blazer making up for a little bit of lost ground, getting a solo kill. But I would say with the Thamus, like, you already have great sustainability at level 4 once you get that Encounter and Inferno, and adding to that with hate on this Rafaela is just going to give them, I think, a little bit of advantage in the early game. And Luke Pierce, steals the jungle camp using the Retribution. A very cheeky play from Luke Pierce there.
Well, and it's really interesting here because both kills went over to Blazer here. So he's kind of on fire right now with this Paquito. And as we start moving into the mid game, I feel like it's going to be it's going to be worse and worse. That damage is not coming in. We do have an engagement here, but the feathered airstrike, not enough to protect Nate as he goes down to Pogi, and the rest of the team, they're kind of looking to service into that gank as well, as Pogi is going to go ahead and try to pick up this, but is not able to pick up his minion here, and gets Blazer gets popped up for good measure up at the top lane.
I mean, Pogi's already a full level ahead of Luke Pierce right now on this Ballman. And I think it's... Oh, wait a second, Nate getting caught again, once again in the mid lane.
Oh, my gosh.
And they all fall down. This is definitely a tough game for Nate right now. I think we need to see a bit more rotations. He's just getting caught off in that mid lane. Down in the bot, though, Cold World, I guess putting the Diggy, hovering that bot is starting to pay off a little bit, but they are going to sacrifice the turtle for that pick private.
Yeah, so they don't get the turtle. I think this is the second turtle that went over to the side of Insomniacs here. They are getting most of that gold off of that bottom tower, though, and are doing work at the bottom. So while they're weak up at top, we do have the Brilliance coming out, and a pop-up on the Blazer, who is still going to be able to use that flicker to get away, but sacrificing a lot of gold from that tower. You in a little bit of trouble. He's going to try to disengage here, as we do have a spin to win. Hate is trying to get out of the way. Feathered airstrike coming down. Hate gets taken down there, as Yoon, with a sliver of health, is able to get away.
OSP now starting to answer back a little bit, actually taking the gold lead at that. And we were talking, I mean, even with the Farza and the 2 deaths under a belt, the utility you get from that feathered airstrike, as we just saw, just can make the difference in these team fights, can make the difference overall throughout the game. And now it seems like the Simpsons are, catching their breath a little bit. It was looking a little rough, but now they're able to start making a distance. Not only that, but Cold World on the gold lane, after taking that tower, now able to rotate around and give help to his teammates. Ashley jumps right into a sniper shot. Lucky to use the Brilliance. Feather Strike comes down, though. Hate brought very low, but now Pogi in the midst of things, able to take out Nate. This could be a problem, but Luke Pierce doesn't want to let that fly for free. Will try to engage. He is alone. Blazer coming around the bush, uses that lethal counter to keep Pogi at bay. Blazer decides also not to engage, and OSP backs off.
Well, and what Simpsons is doing right now is they're trying to force themselves out of this laning phase. Because right now, I'm going to tell you right now, Nate is having a heck of a time dealing with the laning phase, just being in the center of that lane, which is the kill zone. All of these characters on the side of Insomniacs just able to close the distance so fastly, get that stun onto him, and lock him down. As we start moving later and later, as Nate has more room to throw out those feathered airstrikes, we're going to see a lot more trouble on the side of Insomniacs for that. But we are going to go ahead and take a look at the items right now, Rex.
Yeah, I mean, Brody has picked up this Hunter Strike, right? He's not too far. Actually, he's a decent amount behind this Beatrix right now. 1,200 gold. It's a big gap. Beatrix went straight for the bod. And this is where Damien huddling down in that gold lane the whole time. Yes, wait a second. We do have the turtle, but I think it's going to go over the Simpsons unchallenged here. But this is where, yes, Nate kind of paid the price for Damien always being in the gold lane there, getting caught off, but it paid off for Cold World tremendously. Feathered Airstrike is coming down, and they're just not able to get close enough as Cold World keeps them at a distance. Another tower going down into the hands of the Simpsons.
Yeah, and unfortunately, unless Insomniacs can find a way to flank, we already see another play coming up here up at the top. R might be in a little bit of trouble. Is going to be able to dash out of the way, but as you can see, there's nothing stopping them from taking these towers right now with the sieging ability of the Farja raining down damage. There's nothing much that Insomniacs can do right from the front. We do see a spin to win here right now, and the lethal counter does come down. Not a lot of damage there, but they are trying to zone Insomniac back. Oh my gosh, I don't think he realized that was coming. We do see the torn apart memories taken dangerously close to the shadow realm there, but he is going to go ahead and teleport back to safety. But there's nothing stopping these pushes from the Simpsons right now.
Cold World is on point with those sniper shots right now, and at this point, with him being so ahead, the side of Insomniacs is going to need to be careful. It's almost like you need to get Cold World off the map before you take this 5v5, because members like R, Yuna, Hate right now, even Ashley, with how squishy they are, look at this. I mean, a third of his health bar just gone instantly. So definitely going to be a problem. And then all he has to do is switch over to Nibiru, bring out the machine gun, and start shredding through as we move through these team fights. So this is going to be something that Insomniacs need to figure out how they're going to get past. And what I see is use R, right? Use your assassin to try to find an angle and get into that back line, because Pogi most likely not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you're trying a frontal assault here, you're going to have problems with that Farja being able to zone you out, especially with the Damien. You need to find a side lane. But we do see that Belmont able to take down R in the back lines. As we start on this Lord, we see that sniper shot coming out. It does go wide of Pogi. We have the Brilliance activated from Ashley, who's trying to get away. Uses that flicker. Blazer goes in there with a flicker of his own and able to take down Ashley with the help of Cold World there, who is now on fire. 3-0 for Cold World, as we see that Luke is going to go ahead and start on this first non-luminous Lord.
You know, for a second, I felt like Insomniacs had that. I felt like they sacrificed R in the off lane. You had Luke, Pierce, and Blazer caught up with the R in the bottom lane, but they just weren't able to fight for that Lord fast enough, and it gave enough time for Luke, Pierce, and Blazer to get into that fight and make a huge difference. And the moment that Blazer got that knockup, the moment he's able to hit two people with that knockout strike, it was GG's. Luke Pierce dashes through the wall and just cleans things up. And at this point, the Simpsons are the ones who are steamrolling. A little bit of a feathered airstrike coming down. Luke Pierce on the run, actually getting chased down this time, will pay the price for that engagement.
Yeah, and we're starting to see maybe a little bit more lackadaisical plays from the Simpsons. They are spread a little thin when they were having so much ferocity, having everybody together with that back line of Cold World, able to take those sniping shots, and that feathered airstrike from the Farja, able to kind of rain down damage. Pogi actually in a little bit of trouble here, trying to stop this Lord, and is swinging away. We do see that time journey come out there. Pogi's gonna have to disengage here as a lot of damage comes onto him, but the Insomniacs have have cleaned up that Lord. Damien taking surprisingly low, but that Torn Apart Memories is able to clean him up. It does look like Yoon and Hate are going to go ahead and back up, clean up these lanes, and reset on the map. However, it is still a 5K gold lead in favor of the Simpsons.
Yeah, but Insomniacs do seem to be taking these team fights a little bit better, right? Even with that last one, they're not all grouping up. They're kind of splitting up a little bit. They're trying to find these angles and get at the heroes they need to, and here they come! Damien instantly deleted. Pogi is getting brought down a bit low, but hey, will bite the bullet, and now it looks like Luke Pierce wants to push forward. Blazier does have his back. Cold World with the snipe brings the unit down very low, and Nate does not want to stop, but you don't have that feathered airstrike. Are trying to re-engage, but maybe you shouldn't have. Mega kill going over to the side of Cold World. Down in the back line, Pogi also trying to do a bit of damage to Luke, but now he is caught between every member of the Simpsons, and they want him. They're coming. He's going to try to dodge through these towers. It is a chase. It is a race. They are coming. Pogi does not have that Cutter and Inferno, and he's going to get shut down. A nice kill falling into the hands of Luke Pierce.
Yeah, unfortunately, not enough distance between him and the Simpsons there, so there really wasn't much he could do except for try to elongate how long they had to chase him for to give his team time to kind of readjust back onto the map here. We do have this gold lead. It is kind of starting to stretch out just a little bit more. We're starting to eke into about 6K right now. Blazer does go ahead, getting into Hate there. We do see that Feathered Airstrike coming down there as well with the time journey, so he's not going to have that, but Ashley gets taken out by a sniper shot by Cold World there, and Cold World is a menace right now. You really need to be able to watch out for these distance shots. Nowhere is safe.
Pew, pew. That's all I gotta say. Pew, pew. Cold World is landing them, and you better bring something. You gotta move fast, because Cold World is just taking people off the map with that sniper right now. Even Hate, Yuna, or Ashley, they are not safe from it, and this is the problem when you have a 5-0 Beatrix on the field. I mean, and if he needs to, he just switches over if he needs to deal with Pogi and go for more of just, DPS, he switches over to the machine gun and shreds down Pogi as well. And that's the issue, right? I mentioned in the very beginning, Insomniacs, they have more of a very grouped up together composition. So it's not, they were finding some angles here and there, but they're not going to be able to do that every single time. They want to try to move as a whole unit, and that is not the way you want to take these fights when you have Cold World this far ahead.
Well, it's not even just that, but when you have nothing really that, how do you close the distance on this? It's like you were discussing during the draft. I mean, all of the range is on the side of the Simpsons right now. We do see that this Luminous Lord is barreling through the mid. All lanes are synced up. We're going to go ahead and have a charge into the mid lane, and that tower is going to go bye-bye. Ashley is going to go ahead and dive. Brilliance has been activated on that Linux, and they're going to go ahead and try to escape. A lot of damage coming on here. Torn Apart Memories comes out, but it's not going to be enough. We see the core being whittled down to about half health right now. The Lord is taken down, and Luke is trying to disengage along with the rest of the Simpsons. It is a 5v4 right now as they lose Blazier, but they got that mid inhibitor tower with 2 more left to go here with a 7K gold lead still in their favor.
Yeah, the Simpsons push hard and heavy into that mid lane, right? And they do get the inhibitor out of it, but once again, it just seemed, we've been seeing this a few times, I feel like since last week as well, teams just not syncing up that Lord piece, putting a lot into that one lane, and I feel like they maybe could have got a little more out of that. And the thing is this is what Insomniacs want. They want you to group everyone up right into that middle spot, come in between those 2 walls and challenge them like Spartans. Ashley deleted. The Feathered Airstrike strikes her out of existence. A beautiful play from Nate there. I mean, not beautiful, but a good play to catch someone off guard. But like I said, Simpsons, with what they have, just keep on coming at them, spread out. You're able to do that. You don't need to drill it all down into one lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, Cold World right now playing an excellent game. We just saw as Ashley got picked out, and that's because of Cold World wisely checking the bushes with that sniper rifle, dropped Ashley down to like half health, which allowed Nate to kind of come in there for the scoop up, basically the layup to be able to get another airstrike and to take down Ashley there. But man, it just they're playing a very sharp game. They're not making mistakes. They're checking bushes. They're not traveling alone, and they're making sure that they keep their distance for their back line right now. So they are playing a smart game, and they are setting up for this next Luminous Lord.
I don't even think they needed a setup. They were just taking that Luminous Lord, and there's not much Insomniacs could have done about that, right? It's almost a 10,000 gold lead at this point. The Simpsons are rolling. At this point, the Insomniacs want to try to bait the Simpsons back into what they did last time. Maybe just put everything into that mid lane, push a little hard. R almost gets caught off, but Luke Pierce is a tanky boy right now. R's not going to be able to phase that. And all of the eggs are kind of falling into the basket of Ashley, I feel like, right now, and maybe Yuna, right? Like, they need to try to hold out, maybe survive this Lord push once again, and wait till Ashley can really just burst down that front line so that they can get to Cold World after.
Yeah, I mean, and this was just such a good draft and a good plan by them. Oh my God, look at that. 1/3 health left. Cobra looking for the snipe is not going to be able to find it, as we do have a request for a pause right now. But man, I mean, the Lord is coming in. There's only so much that can happen after this, as you need to get your wits about you, get ready for this defense, because you got a Luminous Lord cheek to cheek with your base right now, ready to start putting on some damage, as well as all of the lanes synced up. But like what I was talking about earlier was this composition by them. One of my biggest critiques sometimes is when I see a very squishy roam like a Diggy without a front line to be able to protect them, to be able to make him useful, and then you've got a Diggy that's dying all over the place. But Luke Pierce, as well as Blazier here, both building a very tanky front line that's able to protect the Diggy, that's able to keep people away from the Farja and the Cold World on this Beatrix, is just proving too much, because there's nothing right now that they can do to break the lines. You've seen Ashley try with that Brilliance ultimate on that Lunix to kind of charge in through, but it's basically you're sealing your own death warrant there. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not. It's gonna be hard, and I think from the beginning, the Simpsons kind of had this plan laid out, right? Like the way they had Damien on that Diggy just staying in the gold lane the whole time, right? The way they were down there, and they were even willing to sacrifice Nate like 3 times. Like, Nate, just hang in there. We know you're dying repeatedly. But it just gave Cold World such an advantage. And because they have that range over them, like, Cold World has probably been using the sniper 90% of the game and just chipping everyone down, right? Like, you bring someone down to half health, there's nothing you can do, right? You bring 2 members down to half health. Now the rest of your team has a huge advantage in this fight, but it does seem like Insomniacs are ready to go. We're going to be jumping back in for possibly the last moments of the first game of the series. You're talking about, this is where Insomniacs turn it around and come at to Simpsons like a spider monkey. This is the last little engagement they're going to have here. We do see Ashley gets taken down, and the Brilliance now with that Feather Airstrike. Cold World taking down R, who is the next one, and this base, that is all she wrote. The first victory going to be going over to the Simpsons. In a well-played game by them, I have to say. I mean, the Simpsons they knew what their composition was. They had a plan from the very beginning to the finish, and they executed it very, very well. Now, looking at the side of Insomniacs, I liked the draft. I liked the idea, and it almost worked, right? You got some nice early game picks onto Nate, but in the end, once Cold World was able to just get involved into the battlefield, it seemed like there was nothing Insomniacs can do, and Cold World takes home a wonderfully deserved MVP there. Oh yeah, definitely. And sometimes, we don't agree with these MVPs, because it doesn't usually show like just the entire layers of the battlefield of what happened there. But definitely this time, I definitely agree. Cold World making some waves here in the opening as well. I want to comment on Blazier in those opening minutes, even with the ganks onto Nate, even with losing two objectives in the turtles. Blazier was always there, was still there, able to get those early kills to kind of almost even it out or make sure that it wasn't for nothing. So he was able to kind of carry it to that mid game where Cold World and Nate finally started coming online, where Luke and Blazier were starting to get their tankier items that hold up that front line. And I mean, we can talk about like kind of the failures, or I don't want to say the failures, but the oversights on the side of Insomniacs. But I mean, it came down to draft. We can blame certain people or say that one person got a lower score than the other one. But I mean, it was a great draft on the side of the Simpsons to be able to kind of edge out that range, because we're talking about all basically heroes that need to be in melee range to be effective. And they did a good job, did the Simpsons, of making sure that they were pushing that range, that they were maintaining that range. And at every single time that Insomniacs tried to close the distance, they got punished by a feathered airstrike. If they were grouping up, if they decided to try to split off, there was Cold World with a sniper shot to punish them for that as well. And it was just it was a very cohesive and synergetic experience to watch them pull that off, because it was just a well executed game plan.
Yeah, I mean, we were worried last week. We were talking about the Simpsons, and we were worried that maybe they were going to be a little rusty. Maybe they weren't going to. We were wondering if after taking that long break of no competitive games through the NACT, how they were going to pan out. And it seems like they have just been staying on, because this could possibly be their second sweep in a row. Last week they sweep Deuce Knights. This week they're looking almost even better, and they are doing wonderfully against right now the second place team in the leaderboards. So I mean, once again, the leaderboard's getting shaken up. Whether Insomniacs pull off this sweep or not, we're seeing a lot of things happen. So let's not waste any time. Let's jump into the draft of the second game of this series. Now, if there's something you want to see change, what is it from Insomniacs right now?
I feel like a more balanced team composition. From what I'm seeing, it kind of feels a little bit more like we're picking heroes that we feel are OP rather than picking heroes based on how they fit into our comp, how they complement or how they fill gaps in our composition. Because that's what I saw from the side of the Simpsons. They saw where they were lacking, they filled those holes, while on the side of Insomniacs, it kind of felt like we were prioritizing Julian, but didn't really have a plan to make him flourish. I know we talk, it's kind of hard right now. Julian is still in flux. He's still so monstrous right now that a lot of people are still trying to find out where he fits, either in mid lane, either as a jungler, as an XP lane. Personally, I kind of feel like he doesn't get to flourish and shine in that XP lane because he doesn't get to rotate as much as you would like from a Julian to be able to have an effect all over the map. And I feel like that is where he shines, is his ability to have an effect all over the map, where either in mid or as a jungler there. We do see right now, we're going to go ahead and start off with the more typical bans. We have a respect ban for Cold World, as we see that Beatrix taken out very quickly, followed by the Linux getting taken out there. Maybe because Insomniac's probably looking for a little bit more of a tankier composition here and don't want that Linux to be an issue.
Yeah, I don't know. I like the Beatrix ban, but there still is the Claude open. So unless Insomniacs want to pick that up, you know, you kind of like when you force out, it's kind of like the Fermis and the Valentina, right? Like if you're going to ban one, you kind of have to ban the other, or they both need to be left open, right? Like they're two hero. And for right now, I feel like there's the Claude ban coming from the Simpsons. So they know, they're like, all right, we don't want to, if the Beatrix is gone, we don't want to give this over. So now the marksman pool has changed a little bit. Bogey picking up the Ballman this time, taking it away from Luke Pierce. Now, the Thamu's still open, still plenty of options open for the Simpsons here. And honestly, I feel like a lot of teams, yes, the Thamu's lost last game, but I still think it is one of the strongest heroes in the meta right now. I mean, I've been watching a lot of MPL. It's been dominating. It's just been dominating everyone. At some point, I feel like it's going to get into these bans.
Well, I feel like while Thalmus is a very and there it is. This was banned right the first ban of the last draft, and I think Simpsons are about to show exactly why that is, unless they can kind of gear towards a more tankier, a more AoE type of composition, because like I don't think Belmont has much to worry about against a Natalia, just because of that spin can basically call her out wherever she is if she tries to come in on him, and is going to get slowed down. We do see that range already, the range coming out from the side of the Simpsons here with that Eve, who's going to be able to kind of zone out the enemy, or likewise kind of encase them inside that real world manipulation ult to kind of keep them steady while the rest of the team does some damage here. Hate, I guess, is toying. I say I guess.
Hey man, we saw one last week, didn't we? Didn't we see one last Sunday? I'm just saying, man, it's not complete. I mean, everybody hated it, but it's a possibility.
But we are going to go ahead and get onto this, Clint, with a Benedetta. We've seen more and more Benedettas in the last 2 weeks, I think, than I have seen in the entire first half of this year of NA competition. And it's interesting because I used to not really have as much faith in a Benedetta, because I feel like while she can bounce around, while you can't hit her, it is very hard for some heroes to be, or for some players to be able to use her in a way that still is getting kills, that is still forcing objectives. But we see a lot of people just get more and more better and more skilled, mechanically gifted with her. However, it's gonna be interesting here because with the threat of a Natalia, I was kind of hoping for something a little bit tankier out of Insomniacs here to kind of have that support to carry them into the mid to late game to where Natalia isn't that big of a threat. And I'm actually seeing that from the Simpsons side right now as they're starting to pick up that Uranus for themselves.
I mean, the Natalia is... I feel like the Natalia is always a threat. Like, as long as you have a squishy hero on your team, the Natalia is a threat. And like, you did say Pogi will be able to not have a problem with it, but there's plenty of targets. Now, onto that Benedetta. I think everyone just wants to be like Edward, man. Edward's the EXP laner for Blacklist, and like the man is a god on that Benedetta. Like he's so proactive, he's all over the map, and I just haven't seen someone that looks like that. And like so far over here, we haven't seen one that looks like that. Now maybe R will prove us wrong, and he has been going for some more off-brand EXP lane picks. Now, I know what you're doing about the Diggy ban, right? So, but that's the problem. You ban the Diggy and you give over Atlas, and you banned your Akai. Now that's rough. I get it. Like I get it. The Diggy, even when you didn't have a super CC tank or anything, the Diggy was kind of a problem last game. It saved them a lot with that time journey, the pullback, things like that. But what is your answer now to this Atlas?
Well, I mean, possibly just go with something rudimentary. Get yourself a normal roam. Get yourself a normal mage there that can possibly and some purifies. Because right now, I think Simpsons might have kind of picked themselves. Excuse me. Picked themselves into a corner here because now they are going to force this Natalia to be a jungler, whereas I think before they on the side of Insomniacs, they were kind of hoping that was going to be the roam. In fact, I think they were kind of banking on the fact that it was going to be a roam, so that's why they banned out of the Diggy, hoping that they would be able to pick up this Atlas. So it's going to be very interesting to see, just because it's not hard. I feel like a Natalia as a jungler can be a little bit more of a less of a problem than a roam Natalia, because a jungling Natalia, you kind of have those rotations down. You have those times in your head at about like 1 minute and 30 seconds. I gotta be expecting a gank. When Turtle comes up, the lanes need to kind of tighten up and back up because a Natalia is going to be coming there. Otherwise, she's going to be in her jungle trying to pick up those minions.
Yeah, now
so it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this.
And the Simpsons are rounding it all off with this Juan one right now. The only problem I see from the Simpsons right now is they're putting this Natalia in the jungle, right? So from the way it looks, all they really have is this Uranus and this Atlas. Other than that, there are a little bit of sitting ducks, and with the Cho, with the Benedetta, this time Insomniacs bring some ways to get to that back line. They have a lot of angles to come at in these team fights. They have a lot of abilities, and I know the Valier pick is a little off-brand, but it could save them from that Atlas trying to crash into them at times. But before we go any farther, this is Series 2 of the night. Insomniacs going up against the Simpsons. The Simpsons are up 1 game, so the question is, can the Simpsons take this and make it a full sweep, or will they lose and we'll see this go to a game 3?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We do see R is going to go ahead and try to dance his way to safety there. I love this Valier pick. If he can pull it off, but we do see him getting caught here. Ashley in a little bit of trouble here is going to get taken down by Luke in the early game. And that was kind of an answer to my question there, is Valier is just very immobile on his own. He's more used to kind of offset those engagements, those dives that your team is going to have, especially for the Atlas. With that ultimate that he has, that he's going to be able to kind of purify out of that Atlas ult to kind of push them away. Hopefully, and I know that's the plan here, but it's, I mean, on paper, everything looks a little better on paper than when you're actually in the games and using a Valier who doesn't have that much mobility and is kind of a gank target when you get into these games.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's what is the death of Valier, right? The fact that he just has 0 mobility. One of the probably least mobile mages in the game. And honestly, for the one sake of his utility to keep Damien at bay with that second skill just doesn't seem like enough, but we are going to put him in engage. Hate does get the knock up with that Jukon Do, able to keep Yuna safe, but right now, Yuna definitely getting bullied a whole level behind, a whole level and almost a half behind. Keep our eyes on Luke Pierce right here, trying to make a play as well, maybe trying to catch someone off guard.
Yeah, we do see Ashley and Pogi here waiting. Did not take the turtle, but they have that. And there we have the push there. So a good push by Ashley and a good read to go ahead and get out of what could have been a sticky situation. Jukundo does come down onto Damien, and he is able to kind of juggle his way back out of that. But we do see that the rest of Simpsons are starting to juggle around here. They're not going to be able to pick up this turtle. Ashley in a little bit of trouble here, is throwing out those flames right now, trying to get away from Blazer, who is stuck on him like white on rice right now, and Ashley is trying to juggle to be able to get away, and we don't have the peel, and down goes Ashley, and it is a 1-for-1 trade there, which puts the kills into 2 for the Simpsons.
Yeah, the Simpsons taking a nice lead, and it's a good trade now. Yes, you lose the turtle, but you're able to even out that gold lead, right? And now we are seeing Luke Pierce coming to the top. Silence! Yuna will fall. A nice pick from Luke Pierce, and Luke Pierce wasn't even super involved in that turtle fight. I feel like once he knew they weren't going to be able to really take it, once he knew it was kind of a lost battle, he left. He started rotating to the top. Blazer stuck around, able to get the pick onto Ashley there, but Luke Pierce was long gone right when that turtle didn't fall into his hands. He was ready to make a play somewhere else on the map.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is as soon as that fight was lost, as soon as they picked up that kill, as soon as, we do have a G-Kundo coming down the cold world, but we do see Damien coming in with the stun, does miss wide, as Hate is able to get back to safety. But, like, the rotations by Luke, as soon as he saw that was a lost cause, he immediately rotated up there, and we do have a little bit of a problem for Hate right here, does go ahead and pop it up. We do have the Way of the Dragon coming down, but we do see the real world manipulation come down, and Luke does it go down here, and Damien in a little bit of trouble here as Nate is still raining down damage, but just does not have the kick in those in that real world manipulation yet to really be a threat to Insomniacs.
Yeah, I think that's the one problem with the Natalia, right? Like, so good, so much damage in the early game, so much ability to apply pressure and keep fear in your enemies, or even pull people away at times, like we saw last week. But the problem is I think once you get caught in between 2 people, once you're like in the midst of a team fight, you're going down. Like, there's just nothing you can really do. You have no survivability unless you can get away. So that's what we see right there, right? You get caught in the middle, the real manipulation comes down, and you try to survive, but Pogi is just spinning around and able to take you out. Down in the bot, though, Luke Pierce may be able to get that pick. R able to get away, but Blazer is here. Once again, R will go down here. Maybe not. No, Blazer's going to get that kill. A nice pick. But once again, they're giving up the turtle over to Pogi, and Ashley gets one in the mid lane for herself finally.
Yeah, so I mean, they're doing a good job. They are losing some of this lane pressure on the sides right now. So they are going to have a little bit of problem as we reach this mid to late game. But right now, the early game is definitely going over them, able to control these objectives right now, even with those kills. Maybe a little bit more communication I would wish for on the side of Insomniac to let them know we're about to go for this turtle. Back up, guys, because you have no protection. We do see a Jeet Kune Do does go a little bit wide there, but we have what could possibly be a little bit of an engagement happening here for the top, and a concealed play coming in, but there's really nobody there in mid to really take advantage of that.
They tried. They tried.
I like the effort. Yeah, they did.
They definitely tried, but over in the bottom, that's where the play could be happening. Luke Pierce does try to come in, or dashes out, may get caught off here. You do get silenced, but he's able to dash away. Blazier under the tower, decides not to chase. Back in the top lane, Jeet Kune Do coming down, able to get a nice airborne on to Damien. Pokey comes in with that spin. Fatal Links tries to go off. Damien does not get away. A killing spree goes in the hands from the strike of that lethal counter.
Yeah, right now I am definitely liking Ashley. She's coming in toward the end of these engagements. She's kind of hiding off until these engagements starts. We do see up at the top, Jeet Kune Do does land onto Wanwan, who is trying to distance herself, but we do see the crossbow attack coming down, but it's not enough damage, and Cold World gets taken out by that big boy damage of Yoon and Hate there.
Ashley, though, gonna be next. Damien able to secure that. They are, it's a brawl this time. They're back and forth. Insomniacs is this game holding the lead, and overall, I feel like controlling the map a bit better. They get their first tower, and I think a lot of it has to do with Cold World not being able to just farm freely like we saw in game 1. We just saw that crossbow of Tango down. It just was not enough. Hate trying to catch Blazier off, but he should be able to get away from that unscathed. But like I said, Cold World, I think if you're able to keep Cold World down a little bit, not just let him farm freely like any marksman, right? You do have a chance at this game, Insomniacs.
Yeah, we do see that Fatal Links does come down with a real world manipulation coming down. Luke pays the price there as we are starting on the turtle. Hate gets taken down there from that E, but this looks like Poggy's going to be able to take up this turtle right now, and they are still in the lead, losing members, and it's almost like it's calculated. If I didn't know better, I would say like this entire thing is like they lose players, they sacrifice. All right, your turn, Yoon. Go ahead, run in there, die while we pick up these objectives and these towers, and it looks like that it's actually working for them right now, as it looks like Damien is going to be taken back a bit here, as Ashley putting on the damage, landing with that Valir, and this is where Valir is kind of the most dangerous. We do see Poggy kind of invading there at the blue. Is not going to be able to pick up that blue buff, as Luke very wisely able to use that retreat to pick it up himself.
Yeah, and I mean, you were mentioning Ashley, right? And now that we've gotten to the point where she doesn't have to just be a sitting duck in the mid lane, she can fire those shots from the back. Wait a second. Hey, tries to go in to do something. He does get that way of the dragon onto Luke Pierce. Luke Pierce taking a bit of damage, able to get away though. And they are able to disengage that quite nicely, but it was close. I mean, at this point, Ashley though. Back to Ashley. Ashley, the Valir's almost looking nice as we creep into the mid game. I mean, as we push through the mid game here. Ashley's finding her distance, finding her momentum, and finding where she needs to be in the midst of these team fights.
Yeah, and I think that's a plus on the side of Uni here, because that seems to be the major target. We do have a Way of the Dragon. Does go on to this Eve, who is not is going to be able to get away. We do see that real world manipulation come down, but it's not enough as Yoon is able to pick up the kill there. Hate Jeet Kune Doing and dancing his way to safety. Luke does get taken out here now too, and Blazier in a little bit of trouble here, is trying to tank off the damage, but here is Ashley with all of that CC. Does she have anything? We do see those Fatal Links come out there, and the push from Ashley, but it's not enough to save her team member. R still goes down, but they still have a commanding lead. They're going to be able to make short work of this mid tower.
Yeah, Yuna is definitely finding the stride right here around 9 minutes, and especially compared to Cold World, right? Like, Yuna has gotten to a point now where he's just able to really burst things down. And I love in that last team fight, he stuck around just long enough to make sure he got that kill onto Nate, and then saves that flicker and is able to get away from Damien, because Damien wanted him. He was so close to getting the strike, and now Damien still wants him. Is coming in. Luke Pierce under the tower. He does get stunned, frozen, and taken down. The kill falls into the hands of Luke Pierce, but now Hate with the Way of Dragon onto Nate. Hate versus Nate. Monster kill goes to Poggy. Cold World. Fatal Link Lynx comes down. Hate may be able to get away from this, but Ashley will not. You are taken down. Pogi now next. Crossbow Tang locked and loaded, ready to go. Pogi trying to get away, caught in between Cold World Damien and Luke Pierce. Hate with the G Kondo, pacing, waiting, but does not want to try to save him. The stun is in, and you are out. Pogi falls down, and a killing spree goes over to Luke Pierce with the Lord coming up.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, there's not much that Benedetta could have even done. Had to bide his time to kind of see where he fit in here. Now we have Hate and R trying to battle it out as Yuna comes back in here. Gonna try to rein in this damage, but I'm not sure it's gonna be enough. We do see the Way of the Dragon coming down there onto Damien with this ult from Eve raining down. Luke does go down here, and he's stunned onto Blazier. Is he gonna be able to get away? He is, but this is set it up. There's only 10% left on this Lord, and it looks like Insomniacs are gonna be able to pick it up with the help of that big boy damage from you. And Blazier, what was your plan, buddy? Oh, he gets taken out waiting a little bit too long in that bush.
You know what Blazier's saying? He's saying, I'm a Uranus. I'm a Uranus. I can't die. But when Clint is ready to go, you are going to get taken down. But the real star of that fight are with the triple kill, just finding his moments, dashing around in and out. It's hard to keep up with him in the midst of those things, but he definitely made a mark. Last game, had a little bit of problems with this time, definitely stepping it up and making the Benedetta look very, very worth it. We were a little worried about some of the off-brand picks from Insomniacs, and you were talking about how in game one, how they were just going for overpowered picks, just going for those things, but this time, they seem to have got it together in this draft, and they are dominating, possibly trying to finish this game here, Private.
Yeah, we do see that real manipulation coming down here, putting on a lot of damage as we see that that Fatal Lynx coming down here. The Lord is getting taken down to about no health now, so they aren't going to get too much value out of it as they're going to have to disengage our Insomniacs and reset on the map. But they do have a very commanding 5K gold lead here, a completely different game than we saw from the last. And like you said, yeah, I was kind of a little bit critical of that Benedetta, especially in that last fight where it took him a little time to kind of get in there and find what he was supposed to be doing. He couldn't join the fight because that just wasn't the style of a Benedetta. I'm just making sure while I'm talking while
we're
Luke
ready
is over here dancing. But then Benedetta, that Benedetta came in at the end of that Lord fight to kind of steal 3 kills in there. That's just a great knowledge of what your hero can do, what you can facilitate, and being patient with it, especially while your entire team takes an L and almost gets wiped off at the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta, and at this point, the Simpsons look good, but hold on a second. Pogi forcing around Damien coming in very, very quickly. Decides not to use those Fatal Links, though, knowing he doesn't just want to catch Pogi, right? Damien at this point needs to make sure every ultimate counts. Try to get Yuna. Try to get Ashley. Try to get somebody other than Pogi, because at this point you pull Pogi in, you're not going to be able to just shred him down. Cold World isn't at that burst damage yet. He's going to need to be able to get a crossbow Tang off to be able to really make a difference, right? So where on the other hand, Yuna just able to sit in the back line, fire off, hit those passives, and just burst down everyone. He doesn't have to worry too much about any skill at this point. Yes, his positioning is very important, but that's the great thing about Clint. As long as you can hold on to that back line and not get targeted, you're going to be able to just shred through everyone. Comparative to a Wanwan, who has that team wipe ability, but needs to be a bit more calculated about the way they engage. And now, with the Lord coming up, the Simpsons need to be calculated about how they want to contest this.
I mean, you're talking about, trying to save up the damage. We do see Damien coming in, does land that stun, and we do see a Way of the Dragon up at the top onto Blazer, but that's not the target you really want. Cold World coming in here with the damage. He is coming in. He's latched onto Yuna, and he does get taken down. Unfortunately, this Lord is down to 10% health. Yuna goes down. They need to latch on. Insomniacs are going to be able to pick it up as R in the background, able to take down the mage, and then we see Damien go down as well. Blazers might be in a little bit of trouble here. No, he does get caught with the Way of the Dragon again into that tower. We do see Natalia coming in, picking picking off Ashley, picking off Pogi, and then the worthy sacrifice gets taken out themselves as Hate and Blazer with this eternal fight here right now. A Lord coming, and maybe not the fight you would have wanted to take before the Lord gets here, as we have a Cold World and Blazer are going to go ahead and try to meet R here at the bottom lane.
If only Luke coulda. If only Luke coulda. I mean, if only he coulda not gotten hit by that tower shot and made those 2 kills that much more hype. But at this point, the Lord is coming. Nate using this real manipulation to try to chip off a bit of damage and fend off the rest of Insomniacs. Looks like that bottom inhibitor is going to go down here. So they do get something out of that Lord. They get 2 somethings, actually. They get the top lane tier 2 and the bottom lane inhibitor. So in the end, Insomniacs win out in that Lord take. They do lose some members, but they put this gold lead at even more, and they put the tower lead at a huge advantage.
They did put the gold lead more in there in favor, but if I was in charge, if I'm making the calls, I'm telling my team, slow down, calm down, because we're getting worse and worse with these team fights. We're getting a little bit less organized there. I mean, you do not want to take that many deaths with a Lord push coming, and luckily they had the minions. Oh, Ashley in a little bit of trouble here. Does have that concealed play, does get stunned, and a lot of damage coming down onto her, but they are able to kind of create that distance. And Damien with the Fatal Links is wisely going to go ahead and use that flicker, but Benedetta dove deep into that line there.
Watch Luke Pierce.
Oh, we do see Luke. Luke is biding his time, waiting for it.
There he is.
Is it too late? Is it? We do have Yoon getting taken out there now too. Hate getting taken out as well. Ashley's going to have to regroup back at the tower. R might want to be getting out of here right now.
Oh.
Looks like he had that bloodthirsty look in his eyes for Nate. Oh, but Art is able to get out of there right now. So it is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the Simpsons right now. And this is what
hold
I was talking about.
on.
Fights are not going in your. Oh. I wonder if that was an auto lock that forced Luke onto that minion, because definitely had Ashley in his sights and then dove for that minion as Ashley was able to just a second narrowly be able to teleport back home.
Yeah, you know, and one thing I got to point out there, right? So the Simpsons right now communicating wonderfully. The way that Blazer and Cold World were like pushing in on that fight in this middle of the map, and the reason why it's like why are 2 of you going in? But it's because they know that Luke Pierce is sitting in the back line. You know, they know that like they're trying to sandwich them in a little bit, get them a bit more grouped up, wait for the exact moment that Yuna is free to attack. But now Damien is coming in, doesn't want to force anything, and Damien being very patient with these ultimates. As I've been saying, he wants to make sure those Fatal Links counts, and he's doing a great job out of it. But with Lord up, can the Simpsons take their first Lord of this game?
Oh, Ashley just spent the 2 first abilities that they have. Blazer's going to go ahead and dive into the line, knowing that Ashley does not have that to recoup. Hate in a little bit of trouble here. Is going to try to dance his way out. He gets that flicker. He's going to Jeet Gundo out of the way there. Fatal Links comes down, followed by that real-world manipulation. Damage is raining down on the Pogi. He might not be able to take it. Crossbow attack comes out, finishes off Yoon and Pogi. Cold World is out. Triple kill, honestly. Pogi gets taken down as well there. Cold World on a roll here, and this is what I was saying, every single fight starting to go more and more in the favor of the Simpsons. But down at the bottom lane, we have a little bit of a base race here. Is Benedetta going to be able to put some damage on there? Oh my god,
you gotta stop him
here right now.
You gotta stop him. It's only Blazer.
You have to stop him. This is
the sun comes in.
Damien's coming in here. The
Fatal Links.
You can do it, Damien. No, just a sliver of health left. I mean, I would have gone for it too. You can be mad at Benedetta for making that play, but I mean, it was a sneeze of health or juggle. A strong gust of wind would have knocked over that core. And right now, we are going to have to contend and deal with this now, as we are 4v5 as this Luminous Lord coming in at the top lane.
salute R right now. A great push by him, and they are crashing in onto this lane. Cole World now ready. Cole World is online. We just saw him take out 3 members of the Simpsons in that last contest for the Lord, but the Lord has not connected with the base yet. Is it going to get this crash right now? It is locked onto Pogi. Damien with a big fatal links, followed up by that real manipulation. Yuna and Ashley are off the map, and the Lord is still at almost full health. A nice wave of the dragon onto Cole World, but he does not have a problem with this because the base is going down, and the Simpsons take the 2-0 sweep. GG's, good game. The Simpsons, 2 sweeps, 2 weeks, are on their way to the playoffs if they can keep this up.
Yeah, Simpsons coming in strong. This is what we were talking about. Those teams right now are hungry. There's that news from NACT that it's coming up and teams are starting to show out. The Simpsons are through kind of like resting. We did, like you said, we were talking about how the break would have affected them. A lot of these teams were still competing up to the week that we were having. We started the league again. Simpsons had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a lull time, but showing here tonight that they have not been squandering that time. They've been training, they've been practicing, they've been building that synergy, and just great synergy here too. Every single time Damien landed a fatal links, Nate was right there with the real world manipulation. Cole was there as well, doing his best to kind of build up those weakness stacks to get that crossbow at Tang. It was just poetry in motion here, even with the strong presence, the strong game by Insomniacs, because I don't want to take anything away from them. It was all Insomniacs up until I want to say this 16-minute mark, and then Simpsons were able to kind of clutch that and start turning that around into their favor.
Yeah, it was. I remember you actually saying the words that you were saying, Insomniacs, you got to slow down a bit because the team fights are getting a bit sloppier. Not only that, but Cole World is starting to get stronger along with the Natalia. And I feel like the Simpsons also, I was a little worried. They were a little spread out through some of those fights. And it seems like they finally started to make it work. They made that Natalia work. And it's very similar to what happened last week. The Natalia was a little bit sus in the beginning of the game. But as the fights went on and they started to get that, they started to get that synergy in throughout the game, it just started to work so well. And the Simpsons have now come in with another 2-0 sweep, securing them another 3 points in the league, in none to Insomniacs, denying them of anything this week. So good game one again, well played. I gotta give it up to them, and definitely excited for what we have to see next. Let's get back to this Caster's Desk now, Private, because up next we have the Valley going up against Ethereal. Now, I know, Private, you're rooting for Ethereal right now. You are rooting for them. They took a win last week. They finally put a win on their record because they weren't only losing series, they had not won a single game up until last week, right? They had not won a single thing, and now they have taken 2 games. They have taken a full series and put some points on the board, but this is going to be the biggest wall they have yet right now, right? Going up against the Valley. And this season, the Valley is undefeated, Private.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about the Valley right now is even before we took our break, the Valley showing a very dominating presence. I've always said it gifted, but maybe untamed is the term I would use for the Valley. And now that we are back from the break, we have a new some would argue stronger Valley with the addition of Kush, with the addition of Shark, with the addition of Hoon right now. So they are going to be a force. However, I do want to caution on the side of kind of lackadaisicalness. We do know that some of the players can be a little bit more experimental. I would like to say when it comes to the drafting, when it comes to the builds there. We did see the Valley take a little bit of a loss
Preach.
last week to VFM. But after they took that loss, it was like a completely different Valley. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, okay, guys, now we're
Let's get it together.
Try hard. Yeah, let's get it together here. And we saw like a completely different 2 games from them. So, I mean, if they are not careful, I do think that Ethereal can take another victory from them as well, or steal another victory. I don't want to say steal, but take another victory worthwhile if the Valley is not on their P's and Q's, like we've seen a lot of teams here in the squad league.
Yeah, for me, I feel like the Valley has just gotten to a point where they had, like, before the NACT in the first half of the season, I feel like they had just gotten to a point where their synergy was really on point, right? They were playing some of the best games we have ever seen them play. They were just wrecking havoc in this league, and it's why we're seeing them at the top of the leaderboard this season. But last week, I feel like, yes, they won, but it wasn't, you could see there was a few things lacking, right? There was that lack of synergy. There was just a few things offbeat. And my guess is it has to do with some of the roster change. Introducing Shark, a very good player, one of the best tanks in all of NA. Introducing Hoon, an amazing player, but you're putting a lot of Chiefs on a team, right? And sometimes you have to worry, is there too many Chiefs and not enough Indians? Sometimes it's better to have a few players that, don't consider themselves gods, that don't consider themselves the greatest on earth, because that can cause some friction, that can cause some problems. And you need to make sure there is a chain of command. You need to make sure you have that one shot caller. So I'm hoping that, right now the Valley, they look amazing. I think they are definite possible candidates for M4, however they choose to be on this roster. Definite people to keep my eyes on. But there are still always things to work on, and they need to remember that.
Yeah, especially as we've seen right now, the past few months in NA, if they've proven anything, it's that nobody is safe. These teams are hungry. They've been training. This isn't just that wild west anymore, where you're picking on random teams, randomly put together teams. These are organized teams that have been playing together for a while. They're veterans. They've been scrimming against people. We saw freaking our favorite teams. Well, I'm going to speak for a lot of NA when I say some of our favorite teams in BTK and Area 77 get eliminated in the top 16 of the NACT. That's telling you that there are changes in NA. You cannot just walk into it thinking that you're going to be able to plow through the competition without doing at least a little bit of research on them and making sure that you have your T's crossed and your lowercase
I's dotted.
But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how we go into this match. Like I said, it always comes down to, because you always have people talking about, oh man, if you put Zane, if you put Hoon and Basic on the same team, they would be so great. Well, we have something like that right now in the Valley, where it's Hoon, where you have Kush, where you have Shark. Just I want to say
All-Stars.
Very popular. Yeah, All-Stars here in NA, but I want to say not the overpowering, just like truck of dominance that you thought you would see when you have those 3 on the same team. So but I definitely, especially with how they performed in those last 2 matches, I know it's possible. It's just, I feel like it comes down to if they want to. If they have come here to kind of dominate and put the pressure on it, they're gonna do wonderful. They're gonna be able to take these games, or they're gonna be able to take these teams by storm. It's just if they can find that, if they're practicing, if they are respecting the teams here in NA, because like I said, we found out what happens when you don't put the respect on the teams in NA. You might just be looking at an upsetting loss.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? So, it's very reminiscent, the Valley right now, it's very reminiscent of Team Sexy in Season 2, right? In Season 2, Team Sexy, you had Shark, you had Zia, you had Best Player, Nicolette, and whoever the 5th player it was. They're going to hate me right now because I can't seem to remember. But you had an all-star roster, and they just shredded through the season. They lost 1 series the whole season. I think they only lost 2. I think they lost 2 games. They might have won every season. I can't remember exactly. But they just shredded through. And then when it came down to the playoffs, they got annihilated. Insomniacs, I think 2-0'd them. And then they lost to Area 77 after that, getting like 2-0'd again. And what happened was the new meta started coming in, this tank meta, and they just weren't up to date. You know, lackadaisiness couldn't express it more. And sometimes when you get some of these teams that are just plowing through things, you know, they start practicing a little less. They start doing a little less. And when it comes down to the line, when it comes down to playoffs, that is definitely not going to cut it. Now, is that what we're going to see from the Valley? Honestly, like, after watching the Valley in the first half of the season, they're a team that, like, oh, I kind of want to see them win this season. Like, they're a team I'm rooting for. They're a team, because they haven't been able to take home a victory just yet. They always get so close, but they can never take home the gold. So they're a team that I definitely am like, this could be their season, right? This could be their year. So I'm hoping that they do very well and they come out on top, but they need to stay on top of it. Let's jump back to the regular Casters S because the teams are jumping in. We do have Ethereal ready to go, just waiting on, as usual, the Valley.
Well, yeah, this is what it kind of come up to it. The Valley, and here's something that's been interesting to me is because in season 2, coming into season 3, I definitely agree. The Valley was very much a very they epitomized the word or the term like geniuses but kind of lazy. They're great players but didn't really have that intensity, that want to win. Season 3, as we started into it, I saw a completely different Valley. We saw a Valley that was always here, right on the money, ready to go, ready to play, 2-0ing all of their matches, all of their series, to the point that it put them so far ahead on the rankings that they're still there right now. Right now, I feel like the break may have caught them a bit, especially with the juggle, with new players in here, building that synergy, and they're still trying to kind of find their breath about them. We'll find out today if they've caught that, but it's been a completely different Valley that I've seen here. This I want to say second quarter of the year from them here in this third season of the Squad League. They've been a completely different team. They don't when they win matches, and when I say that, like a lot of these teams, you'll see they'll have such a dominating first match that they'll get kind of sloppy in the second match. They'll experiment. They'll throw something else out there because they know they still got that third match to go. In the beginning half of this season, that was not the Valley. The Valley was like, boom, 110%, ram it. All right, we got the base. Next draft, 110%, boom, we're going home early, boys. Good job. They were out the door. They did their job. And then, like I said, as we got into the second half right now, we've seen a little bit more of a more spread out pace from them, trying to get that synergy back together. But we're going to see how it goes here. Ethereal, I'm definitely looking forward to how well they can play today. Like I said, they are the new, the fresh meat in the Squad League right now. Fought their way up, even had a great and successful, made it to the top 32 of the Challenger tournament as well. So they're nothing to sleep on. They do still kind of have those learning curves. This is their first stint, I believe, in a level of play this high, where it's like the pro scene of NA. It's not just ranked matches. It's not just scrims that you're running with pro teams. It's people here actually competing for something, competing for that grand prize at the end, or competing against other top NA teams, like real legit top NA teams. Like these are at the top of the mountain here, as we saw in the last few months. All these teams here in the Squad League took a good size chunk and place out of the Moontoon and Mobile Legends pro scene here in NA. So I'm really excited to see how they clash here, what Ethereal have learned coming back up into this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this would be, so since the season has started back, right? Like, we've had some upsets, we've had some changes, we're seeing the leaderboard just move all around. Now, this would be like the upset of the season right here. Like, this would be like the mic drop. This would be like this, you know, you have the this is the top of the leaderboard team, the Valley, going up against the bottom of the leader tournament, Ethereal. If anyone was going to gamble on this, they're going to put it on the Valley, right? But after seeing Ethereal last week, and Ethereal's a team that didn't change up their roster too much. It seems like they do have some synergy, right? To whereas the Valley, they have these changes. I'm looking at them right now coming in. We got Hoon, we got Shark, Rimuru, Tarzan, Common Bay, we got Basic, and we have this team that, as we've been saying nonstop, are stars, but I'm just wondering, could this be the moment that Ethereal takes advantage of, catch them off guard, come in with some hard picks, good draft, and just play well. And you could find some cracks in the armor. You could find the moment to shine. Take out the leaders right now. Take the head off the snake and try to take this win. Definitely excited for it.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Of all the teams that you're going to want to underestimate, the ninth place team, they are last place, but that means they don't have anywhere else. They don't have anywhere else to lose. They have nothing to lose here, but they have everything to gain. The pressure is on the Valley here. If Ethereal loses here, everybody was expecting that. Everybody knew Ethereal had some work to do in there. If the Valley wins here, I mean, it's not really like, oh man, you really beat like the BTK of teams. You took advantage of a team that wasn't as skilled potentially, but on the opposite side of that, like I said, the pressure is on the Valley. If the Valley loses to Ethereal, if Ethereal's able to come up with a victory here, it's going to say a lot about Ethereal, a lot about their work, a lot about the pressure that is on the Valley here. And I'm just really excited and ready for these two teams to duke it out here. And I think we're pretty close here. We see them.
We're going to do a ping check for them real fast. So we're going to do a ping check, make sure MS's, square out all those things. So you got to listen to me in private talk just a little bit longer. So something we've been seeing with the Valley, right? Hoon, this new player who's playing mid lane mage. We saw him on the on the Julian, right? Game 1 did not look that great. Game 2, he was slaying. The man was all up in there, and we already know that Tarzan, who is Guapsi, right, likes to play pretty aggressive, sometimes pick up these assassin picks, things like that. We know Shark likes to play aggressive, right? Like, we know that is probably how the Valley are gonna take this game. They're gonna try to just ram it home, end it as fast as possible, because we got some stuff to do, right? That's the vibe I always get from the Valley, right? Now, when I think about what the Ethereal needs to do, is maybe try to play, like, I think their winning points here, their conditions here, are pick a nice well-rounded comp. Don't go for, nothing too early game, nothing too late game. Make sure, I think they need something for their roamer. I think they need something heavy, something that can stop the Valley from trying to push in too hard, and so that they can prolong and find their moment, right? That they can actually contest these objectives. They need to make sure that they are ready for every moment of this battle.
Yeah, it's going to come down to flexibility. I feel like while the Valley does have the skilled players, they do tend to kind of go with these outside picks. If they're not doing outside picks, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure. And that's what I've come to expect from the Valley, is that early game pressure. You're going to need to be able to adjust to it. You're going to need to make sure that your jungler is protected, has vision, and is not panicking, and is able to still get fed. And even if you aren't, and even if you are losing those early game objectives, those buffs and stuff like that, and you still remain calm, you still keep your eye on the ball and on focused on the plan that you have. And that's what it's going to come down to, having a plan. You are not going to be able to come up to a team like the Valley and just kind of wing a draft together. You're going to need to have something going in, what you want. You're going to need to have those counters ready, what you want to pick, and it depending on how you can take advantage of your hero pool as well. We're still getting ready with this ping check, but like I said, it's going to be an interesting a game here to see how well that they can kind of deal with it. As we just see, like right now, the Valley We can see up at the top. Yeah, the Valley #1 right now. So if they potentially lose this matchup, Insomniacs did take a loss as well.
Yeah, so
Simpsons came
Insomniacs
up
are
with 2
dropping
points.
down to like 3rd or 4th. Ethereal could jump in. If Ethereal got like a swept, hypothetically, right? Like hypothetically, if they get a sweep, they jump into tie with Vec and possibly catch up to Team Sexy, right? Like right now, the 6, like the red spots you're seeing are the people that will not be in playoffs, right? But those 4 spots right there, those bottom 4 for playoffs, those bottom 4 white spots, those bottom 4 white names are all very close. It's 7, 8, 9, 9. The Simpsons just jumped up to 12 points, so they're sitting in 2nd place no matter what happens tonight. But the thing is like there's a lot of opportunity for Deuce Knights, Team Sexy, Vec Fantasy, and possibly even Ethereal if they get like sweeps for the rest of the season to make it to the playoffs still. So there's still a lot on the line, and Ethereal, I think, knows that. They want to try to take this. They want to try to take this win.
Yeah, they do. It's going to be an interesting game, and definitely one that Ethereal is gonna have a heck of a battle in front of them for. This is what has impressed me about Ethereal is they've taken some licks. Like there is such a giant leap that comes from going from ranked, going from scrims, and coming up into professional play, and it comes down to that type of stamina that your team has, where they can take those licks, they can learn from it, and they can keep on improving, getting better, and trying to inch their way through these brackets, through these placeholders for them. And we've seen Ethereal. I was so excited last week to see them be able to pick up this a good series, a solid series too. Not something that was kind of lackadaisical. There was, I think, one of those matches was about 30 minutes though. Like it was a rough match, only in that it was a lot of those fights. There was so much going on. It was almost anybody's game, but they were able to come out on top. And I think that came down to the teams, like I said, Insomniacs having a little bit of trouble, maybe underestimating Ethereal there. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. We're about to get started with this first ban phase with Ethereal taking on, or the Valley taking on Ethereal here, game 1.
Yeah, definitely excited for it. And I want to see how Ethereal takes these bans in the beginning, how they take this draft. I think Julian should possibly be a ban here. We know Hoon has been really crutching onto that pick, and once he gets warmed up, we know it works well. You also have to worry about Guapsi. Like a lot, we haven't been seeing the Akai jungle a lot from a lot of teams, but Guapsi still runs it very, very well. The jungler of the Valley makes it work and makes plays happen from start to the finish. So that could be something else we see on Ethereal's ban list for these first 3, but we're seeing the Beatrix get prioritized first. And with all those bans that need to be prioritized in your second pick, that could be rough, right? Because then you might leave the Valentina open. You might leave the Faramir. So do you just keep it classic, keep it meta with your bans, or do you try to target here?
Well, and that's the problem too, is because especially if you're on the first position, I don't feel like having first pick is all it's added up to be anymore, because you're basically you're still left with one. You're getting one potentially overpowered hero. I don't want to say it overpowered, but a great hero with a lot of versatility, and you're giving up to the other side there. So it's interesting to see how this has worked out so far. We do see that that the Franco and Belmont from the side of the Valley are kind of telling me they're taking out that early game presence, that early game harassment, the potential the ability to take towers and objectives fast and clearing out the jungle quickly. So they're taking out a lot of that early game. And then on the other side, I think we're taking apart those more mechanically inclined heroes in the Ling, in the Beatrix, those people who have like a raised ceiling when you have those fast fingers that we know that a lot of the players on the Valley are really known for, is those really mechanically gifted plays that they can pull out there. there. And then of course that the Faramis ban there. I'm sad. I think this is the it was a short reign a couple months ago, but that's about the last time we're going to see Faramis in the squad league for a short while until there's some changes. And like I said, you do pick up that Valentina, but you did just give up the Julian, and we're going to see what else there is. There's still a lot of picks out there as well, because we have to pay attention to what not just the pick we're going to have, but what are we giving to Valentina here as an ultimate here. And I don't think they're going to go ahead and pick Fredrin, because we do know that he is still banned. I believe 1 more week. Is that correct, Rex?
Yeah, next weekend he will be allowed. I was so worried he was going to lock that in for a second. I'm like, you better not lock that in, bro. I do not feel like restarting this draft. Anyways, they go for something else that we've been questioning, right? We've been wondering if this X-Borg is going to become meta. We haven't seen a lot of teams been playing it, but forget talking about X-Borg, Shark on a classic pick from Season 2, something that is very crazy, but he does pull it off at times. The tank, the roam, the monster, the petrified tank Fanny.
Yeah, gonna be interesting. I do like that the very instantaneous pickup of that Kufra. I like that. They saw that pickup by the Fanny there. And honestly, not a bad pickup in the first place for any of these heroes. Because you have just basically all of these heroes that have these built-in dash escapes from them. That Kufra, that Zia's favorite on this Kufra, is going to be able to stop with that bouncing ball that stops those dash attacks or those dash abilities. So I do like the pick here. They are staying flexible. They are staying loose. However, a lot of, like I said, it's going to be early game for the side of the Valley. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming at Ethereal in these opening minutes of the game here with these first 3 drafts alone.
Yeah, I feel like right now this is the shot for Ethereal, right? Like they're mock, like this is don't get me wrong, the tank Fanny is wonderful, right? Like Shark is one of the players that can really pull it off, but at the same time, it's this early in the game, this early in the draft, you just mentioned it. All these heroes are unfazed by that Fanny. Kufra doesn't have a problem. You have the passive from X-Borg where he's going to be able to dash away once you break him down. Like, it's not going to be easy for Shark Week to really bust down on any of these. Julian also has some great escape ability. So, right now, I like Ethereal's draft. Yes, the Valley has some hard-hitting candidates, right? Like, you have the Valentina, which is very overpowered. You have this Natalia now for focusing in, and you have this crazy Fanny pick. So I think they just need to round themselves out in the Valley, can maybe get a little bit ahead here, but we are seeing the Phoveus band out, a good band. The Thamus, who we know is monstrous, right? For the EXP lane, the jungle, wherever you want to put him. And Ethereal opting to just go for straight marksman, hammering down in that gold lane. Claude gone, Wan gone, but you're also limiting your own gold lane right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. I do like the Phoveus ban there. That does speak to how far ahead the Valley is thinking here, because that was probably would have been one of my next picks there, along with a Kufra to stop all these dashes attacks. The Phoveus with that demonic force able to get so much damage out of every single dash that the Valley would be able to pull out there. So a good pick there. The one thing that kind of concerns me about Ethereal right now is that first pick X-Borg right now. You're going to need to be very precise with this CC, because you have a lot of heroes here that can basically weave in and out of situations, which will make a lot of the damage that X-Borg can put out. It can be sidestepped by a lot of these heroes because they move like way too fast to be able to kind of try to lock them down without some type of CC. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Ethereal can kind of engage with this competition. I was just about to say, I am waiting for a little bit of range from them, as we have a very melee heavy composition here, but they're going to go ahead and round that out nicely with a Eve pick there.
Can we talk about the fact that there's not a single marksman on the field right now? Things are getting very, very, very spicy. We're seeing both offlaners. We're going to see this Julian and Esmeralda. My guess is the Esmeralda into the gold lane. Very classic year ago style with the Julian in the XP lane. And right back at it, the Valley picking up this Paquito and picking up this Uranus now for the off lanes. Now, the only thing I see from the Valley right now is the lack of CC. Yes, you have the Paquito, but you don't really have much else. It is just straight damage, hammer in your face. So let's see how this ends up playing out. This is the second series of the night for day 11 of the North American Squad League. We are watching the Valley go up against Team Ethereal. The question is, can Team Ethereal keep on ending their lose streak? Can they bring down the Mad Titans of this season? Can they take out the Valley Private?
Yeah, you were talking about classic setup. That is downright vintage, having a gold lane, but it isn't. As you can see, we see the Eve on the on an XP lane here, which is really interesting. We do see Zia's favorite is going to go ahead and lock in on this buff, T-Rex.
Yeah, they are getting in there. Shark Week goes down. So first blood falling into the hands of Ethereal, but Manhoon does not want to stop that. Manhoon looking like a Mancoon coming in, getting a pick. Common Basic will go down, but they're able to take one for that trade. So it's a 2-for-1 trade over the map, but I do like what we're seeing from both teams in the Valley, as we explained, being very aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, and this is what I come to expect from the Valley. I do like that the side of Ethereal was able to pick up 2 kills there, but they do need to watch out here. Shark Week does get a little bit of a pop up there as Tarzan is there to kind of cover for the escape there. So not too much gained on the side of the Valley there. Both of them kind of vying for position as this turtle's going to be up in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, definitely doing a wonderful job. I mean, I'm so looking at Ethereal, right? This is what I kind of wanted to see. Of course, the composition is a little off, like you have some weird lanes, but the Valley also brought a very different composition, and Ethereal did not let that affect them. They met awkward with awkward. Shark Week trying to come in, but he has to be careful for that Kufra, and we're now seeing the problem with that, but Tarzan in the back line trying to focus on a Lanier, but even if he knocks out that passive, there's nothing he can do. So once again, when I'm looking at Ethereal, I just feel like the Valley is being countered.
Oh, I mean, the Valley is kind of being countered right here right now, but they're keeping the pressure on. You already see how uncomfortable Ethereal is trying to take this turtle. They had it opening at the beginning. They got it dragged out. We do see Zia's favorite lining up as Tarzan able to pick up that turtle, and they are going to go ahead and make a very smart disengagement from them. So a good play by the Valley to go ahead, pick up that turtle, and then be patient and just back off. They got the turtle. They got what they wanted. They're going to go ahead and back off here and reset. They're playing for a little bit more of a mid to late game here.
Yeah, and I think if we get into the late game, like that's exactly what Ethereal want. And I think, I mean, they don't have too much late game, I guess they do, but the X-Borg, like, though he's not a burst damage hero, like if you get, wait a second, Zia's fave almost cut off here, world manipulation does come down, and Rimuru gets that kill. A nice fall into the hands of the Valley, evening out the playing field. And even though Ethereal took a nice advantage in the early game, they're still not able to keep up with the farming of the Valley right now. They're slowly but surely falling behind in this gold.
Yeah, you can see it right now. It's already about 1K gold lead by them. They're having a little trouble. Like I said, they need to be very precise. They need to know what they're going to go for it, especially when it comes to these objectives, and not kind of be afraid. Oh, we do see a pop-up onto Shark, who is in a little bit of trouble here, is going to go ahead and walk his way, gets popped up by the chains as well, down to about 1/3 health there, and it looks like Ethereal's going to go ahead and back up. And then this is kind of what I'm talking about, is when these attacks, when these pop-ups, when these opportunities present themselves, Ethereal needs to be ready to pounce. I don't really feel like we had everybody ready there. I think we could have, with a sharper team, kind of picked up that kill onto Shark there, but I think they were kind of not really all on the same page. Oh, we do see a Tyrant's Rage coming down here. Last Insanity onto Rimuru, who is going to get taken out there. A good pickup by the side of Ethereal there, putting their lead at 2-3.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing a solid game right now. And, you know, I'm not one to be like against, wait a second, Toon taking a bit of damage from 1, 2, 3, but he's not going to be able to get that finish. Now, I'm not one that's against the roam fanny, right? I've tried to argue it and I've gotten proved wrong many a times, but this time it is not looking hot. Every time Shark tries to come in and get those surprise plays, he's just not able to. But down to the bot, Shark trying to do it once again, not quite able to lock on Ash Cutie. Back at the turtle pit, though, we are seeing it go into the hands of Lanier here. Chef Teasy trying to lock on Rimuru, but Rimuru wants to keep him at bay. Back to the bottom, 1, 2, 3 in basic, just kind of handling business. Nothing too major happening on the map, but the turtle falls into the hands of Ethereal, and they're slowly closing that gold gap.
Yeah, we just see Shark going ahead and here latching on as Hoon in the background trying to put on as much damage as he can. 1, 2, 3 does get taken out. Zia's favorite is going to follow shortly after. And this unfortunately kind of speaks on how calm and collected and how focused the Valley usually is. Even though they're kind of back linear in a little bit of trouble here, he's going to have to go. He does get wasted down. He's going to get bursted down by Tarzan. And Tarzan is going to be able to pick up this blue buff. And things quickly starting to fall to the wayside for Ethereal right now.
Jungle Natalia is working very well. Ash Cutie with the road manipulation, just trying to get that shield up, trying to survive, buy enough time, and I think she did the job. But Tarzan, keep our eyes on him, still sitting in this bush, waiting for the moment, comes in. Common Basic tries to absorb some of those tower shots, but Zia's Fave is now here as backup, along with 1, 2, 3. A nice Tyrant's Rage on to Hoon, and Hoon goes down. Ash Cutie gets that kill. Maybe staying a bit too long, but the silence comes in. Tarzan doesn't want to leave empty-handed, but today you will. Shark Week now here, maybe trying to pick up where Tarzan left off. But overall, the Valley does take this tower and are still continuing. Shark Week finally getting a pick under that tower, and now the next tower goes down the Valley, holding strong on this map.
Yeah, good presence of mind by Shark there. He smelled blood in the water, came there, was kind of searching for a good opportunity, saw one, able to pick it off under the tower of Ash Cutie. And that's kind of the firmness and the positivity of being able to play this roam fanny inside. You're able to kind of dive into the towers. We do see off-screen Hoon does get taken out here. And right now, it does look like Basic in a little bit of trouble here. Is he going to be able to escape? He does pop on that consecration, is getting the health back, right? You have 4 members of Ethereal, and we do have a falling star moon down, and Linear goes down, followed by Basic. So it is a 1-for-1 trade now as Tarzan meets his end right now, and they are in a very good position. They just need to all be on the same page of what you want to do here, what objective you're trying to take, because they are actually kind of keeping it neck and neck with the Valley right now.
And that's all they need to do, right? They just wait a second. Tyrant's Rage comes down with the knock-up. Hoon goes down again. 1-3, not the greatest game, and we've seen a couple hiccups normally from him on game 1. It takes him a bit to get warmed up. Maybe we'll see some better play in game 2, but at this point, as long as Ethereal can keep the gold to close, you know, at the most 1,000 deficit, I feel like the game is falling more and more into their hands. The side of the Valley, their composition is aggressive. It's early game, it's early mid game. We want to push in, try to end fast. So all Ethereal really needs to do is draw this out, get past that 10-minute mark, maybe into the 12. Rimuru now getting caught in the midst, but nothing too major happening just yet. Ethereal trying to buy time up in the top. Shark Week and Tarzan trying to make a play, but not able to catch it, and that Kufra is definitely paying off right now.
And down goes Shark again, going a little bit too deep into the back lane. We do see Hoon putting on a lot of damage as Rimuru trying to hold up this front line right now, but a red turret does go down as we see Uranus up at the top. Basic going ahead and cutting this lane from the back. Hoon is going to dive in with an ult of his own as Linear goes down. Another pop-up as Hoon's going to be able to flicker down to safety. A pop-up on the Tarzan. He is going to, no, he's not going to be able to get away there as that damage, that late hitting damage, able to take him down here. So we are at an 8-10 game as minions are pouring into the mid lane here right now.
Yeah, they are coming strong, but Ethereal is defending well. They lose another tower, though. And what's working so well for the Valley right now? Wait a second. Basic does get knocked up, brought very low. Zia's Fave does not want to let that go, but Shark into the back line takes out Ash Cutie, and next will possibly be Zia's Fave, but 1, 2, 3 is here to help out. 1, 2, 3, and Shark Week is down. Chef TZ coming around the back, as Ethereal try to clean up this mess of their towers, trying to hang on, trying to bide time. But the problem is the Valley is keeping it very aggressive in the middle as Basic and Rimuru chip away at the off lanes. So even though they're coming up in these fights, they're still losing out over the map private.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is because split pushing is a non-factor for Ethereal right now. The moment any one of your people decide to go out on their own, you're going to have to worry about an Natalia and a Fanny coming for them, closing the distance on that map. And we do see right here, the Tarzan is going to go ahead and dive in there. Real world manipulation comes out, is still able to take down Ash Cutie, and Tarzan's going to go ahead and pay with that, pay with his life for that, as Rimuru comes in there, putting on the damage, is going to be able to try to get out the last insanity coming out, is going to be enough to Rimuru, who flickers, expending
Shark
flicker, is able to get away. Shark coming in with those cables, is able to take down Linear, gets popped up with those enhanced chains, but is still able to get away. And that is the problem with somebody who is as skilled as Shark is, using this off-brand Fanny tank. He's going to be able to go in there, get those kills, and then get back out.
Yeah, and he does such a great job at it. And even now, it seems like he's not as much of like, I'm gonna come and get you, but he's a bit more patient. He's like right here. He knows who he needs to target. He doesn't just jump in first. He lets the rest of his team make a play, and then he comes in and takes someone out, whether it's Ash Cutie, whether it's 1-2-3 Lanier, but he's doing his job successfully as we come into the 11th minute of this game. Now, taking a look at some of these items, I want to Shark sitting at 5100, has locked in Malefic Roar, doing some nice damage to get through some of the tankiness of what is Ethereal right now. Now, wait a second. The Immobilize comes in. Rimuru just trying to escape now with his life, and luckily Zia's Fave able to at least lock on to Hoon here, but Hoon may be able to get away too. Tarzan coming to the back line, does find Ash Cutie, and he wants it, Main. Main Hoon does go down. Ash Cutie as well, so it's a 1-for-1 currently. 1-for-2 actually make that, as the Valley continues to push forward. Basic now here to help out and give Rimuru a little bit of space. We'll see his Vave re-engages, does get the knock up, but not able to complete anything, but the burn from Lanier is just a bit too much. Basic is going to have to get out of here as Shark Week steals the blue buff.
Yeah, if you thought that you were going to be running into problems with a roam Fanny, now you have a Fanny with a blue buff. Lucky right now, not sure he's going to be able to get out of it. Is able to take out 1-2-3, but Shark follows shortly after there. So Shark is basically right now kind of trading kills. But with these kills, I want to say the Valley much more composed and able to transfer those kills into objectives. We can see it's already 4-1 towers. So while the gold isn't that far spread apart, the towers, the objectives are. Tarzan in a little bit of trouble here, is going to get taken out here. We do see Basic coming in there onto Linear, who's going to try to make his escape. Is he going to be able to? He's latching on, and Linear is going to get picked up there, as we have two real world manipulations on the map right now. Rimuru trying to get out to safety, as Chef TZ going to put on some damage and try to clear out the rest of these minions. Basic is just a tank right now.
Yeah, this is just a pure bloodbath currently. Basic, though, getting a little too low for his liking. Pop Nemo, but as you said, he is a tank, and now Shark Week and Hoon are here. Chef TZ getting very low. Shark trying to find a moment, quite can't find it. And the knockup comes in as he is Fave to stop him from getting that Tyrant's Revenge. Hoon on the prowl. But at this point, the Lord could fall into the hands of the Valley here if they just step back for a second. They just need to stop pushing so hard and find their moment, because they have finally taken a nice 3K gold lead.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to secure this blue right now. We do have a Lord up right now, but the rest of the team is starting to come in. Rimuru does waste a lot of those abilities, trying to chase in, does not make any real worthwhile connections here right now. And just look at how fast that Shark is able to kind of traverse the map here to kind of get these split pushes in and then return to the battle in time for these team fights. And that's the difference right now of these teams and how fast these teams are able to kind of close ranks around each other for these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, and Ethereal, though, like, doing I'm sure everyone thought that, like, Ethereal wasn't going to be able to keep up the way they are. And whether it's the draft, whether it's whatever, they're doing a great job. And the Tyrant's Rage locks in. Rimuru now down, but the Lord is slowly getting chipped away. But Lanier does have this last Insanity ready to go. But Manhoon takes the Lord. Doesn't need a retribution. Not today, because the Valley wants to keep pushing. But now, Basic keeping the rest of the team at bay. The tank that he is, all in the midst of 5 members, and not a sweat is dropping as Shark Week pushed away and gets deleted. 1, 2, 3's damage is there as Manhoon tries to recover from the loss of his brothers, but the rest of the team does not want to stop just yet as Basic and Hoon come in closer onto Ethereal. Lord will be crashing soon, but all that's left is Hoon and Basic up against 5. I don't know what they can take from this, but they are going to continue to try. This Lord should get melted down. At this point, the Valley should probably back off and take away the jungle, but they do not want to stop Private.
Well, and that's the problem with not having the marksman's damage at this point in the game, where you have Basic on this Uranus able to use that consecration, all of that regen he's able to do. And once these mages have expended their entire load, there's nothing that can actually take Basic down from standing on these front lines right now. And this is a problem because it is continually, slowly pushing Ethereal back into their base, and they're basically refusing to kind of let up any type of looseness here from this chokehold.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to if they can take Basic out, right? Like, they're going to need to get a nice CC chain and try to launch everything in, but Shark is coming into the back line, Tarzan as well, but Shark bites the bullet, takes too many hits, getting a little too aggressive. That Shark bit off a bit more than he could chew. Now in the top, Chef Teasy trying to keep Manhoon and Rimuru away. Zia's Fave, cocked, loaded, ready to go, misses Basic, but Lanier in 1, 2, 3 are here. Tarzan clearing the wave in the bot lane. Hoon and Rimuru trying to sandwich around from the top. Can't quite find the angle though, but the Valley is not letting up. Does use this world manipulation as Basic sits in the midst of things. Can they possibly take another tower here? Ethereal defending with everything they can right now. In the Valley, they're not playing it safe. They're not freezing lanes. They are just hammering in more and more and more Private.
Yeah, and right now, the Valley really kind of enforcing their will here. I do like how much that this Fanny and the Natalia are having the effect on this game. We do see that front line kind of keeping the side of Ethereal enclosed in their base right now, while the rest of the Valley is kind of cleaning up the jungle, getting farmed up. And I mean, there's really not much that Ethereal can do right now except to kind of bide their time, hold the line here for the defense, and hope that they can kind of make it to the late game where these items and stuff have started to kind of even out for both of them.
I'm sorry, I had to drink some water real fast because this game is definitely, I got a feeling it's going to be a long one, guys. I got a feeling we are here for a bit, but Ethereal, I mean, this Lord can definitely help. Common Basic has now maxed out his items. He's locking in these defensive potions, making him even more of a problem. With him in Guapsi just holding down these bushes, it just feels like there's no way in for Ethereal to even try to contest this, so they do not. The Valley gets another Lord in this game, so what's on everyone's mind, the question of the day, will the Valley finish this here, or will the side of Ethereal be able to defend this? Because as you mentioned earlier, there's no marksman, right? Which also means you can't shred down a Lord as fast as you normally would Private.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to shred a Lord. I feel like this leans into the defender's kind of wheelhouse of being able to clear out waves more so than the Valley will be able to take down towers with the lack of a marksman. So I feel like this Tarzan gonna get cleaned up here too.
Shark Week
right now, as a real world manipulation comes down, T-Rex.
That is big. The Lord is coming in. I got a feeling they might actually be able to defend this, but Rimuru, Hoon, dancing around. They do take another inhibitor down. Zia's Fave going back to the fountain. Manhoon takes the tower. Chef Teasy brought very, very low. Terrified. Chef Teasy off the field, but Lanier finds one of his own and takes out Rimuru. Currently 2 for 1, and now Ethereal's on the strike back. The Empire is here, and they want something. 1, 2, 3, uses that Winter Truncheon on. Will he survive? Not today. Basic will be next, finally taking down the immovable object, because the Force is here. Lanier able to find something, but Mainhoon also finds Zia's fave. 3 for 3, 2 versus 2, and Mainhoon stays in the base. Will he be able to finish this game? Will he be able to find something? Ash Cutie brought very, very low, but the world manipulation is here. Shark Week finds the opening, tries to come in, but can't connect onto Ash Cutie. Another inhibitor drops as the Valley continues to push in. Hoon wants to end this game as fast as possible, Private.
Yeah, we do see these last few minions here being taken down by the side of Ethereal. Hoon is unfortunately going to go ahead and have to turn back and readjust on this map, but the damage has been done. There are no more inhibitors. All lanes are starting to crash with super minions into the base right now, and it's going to be a very uphill battle, especially with this next Lord, which is going to be an upgraded Lord, that 18-minute Lord that is just a monster to deal with. And I'm not sure of Ethereal's ability to have. We do see a little bit of an engagement up at top as Rimuru does get taken and popped up a stun. Shark is deep in the line, is able to take down 1, 2, 3. Ash Cutie is running, is not able to sideline. Is he going to be able to get away? Is able to get to safety. But right now, Basic and the rest of the team are starting to engage. The Valley pushing into this as minions are coming in, and here comes Hoon with his own real-world manipulation onto the core, T-Rex.
Yeah, he is definitely trying, but they still can't crack it. We do have a quick pause coming in. We'll have to wait for the battle to stop. I mean, what are we watching right now? What is going on? This, you know, we're at 20 minutes. For anyone just coming in, this is the Valley up against Ethereal, and the Valley has been hammering hard on this base for a while. Probably the past 3 Lords, and they have not left the base. I mean, they send like Hoon and someone else over to go deal with the Lord as the rest just continue to hammer, and definitely not your typical thing to see, right? There's normally a lot more lane freezing, but the Valley is just relentless right now. They are ruthless. They are coming in to end this, but they just can't seem to succeed in getting the game finish.
Yeah, and this is kind of part of the problem I was talking about without that marksman there to be able to do that damage. You're kind of waiting. You have to play the waiting game for it, because on the side of Ethereal, you do still have a decent amount of clear on your side to be able to kind of take down these waves as they're crashing in before you're able to do enough damage onto the core to be able to take it down. And then it's going to be healing if you don't take it down within with one shot here. So, but like I said, I do feel like we're kind of enforcing this little push here until they can go ahead, create an opening either to take the core or go back and get up that Lord, because I'm not really sure in the side of Ethereal's ability to kind of fend off another, especially past the 18-minute mark, Lord push here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy, but I mean, and the problem is they just don't have that damage, right? They do have a lot of DPS, but it's still a problem. Shark constantly trying to find those moments. He is just hunting. Ash Cutie does get stopped by Zia's Vave. The Tyrant's Rage comes in, pushes them back onto the tower as Lanier chases down Basic, and we're starting to see the damage from Lanier work on... Never mind. It's not working on Basic. He is right back to full health, and it's just not doing it. Hoon trying to find a moment, not able to do it. Steals the last insanity to get out of that real manipulation, and as this is all happening, Tarzan secures another Lord. Minions continue to crash Private.
Yeah, we're seeing that right now. We do have this Lord racing his way toward Midland. I feel like he's going faster than I usually see. He is just plowing his way down there. Yeah. And right now, Basic, they can't even take Basic down. He's like a mini Lord himself right now, with what they have to kind of organize to be able to put the damage onto him to take him down. But right now, all lanes have been synced up professional style by the Valley T-Rex.
Oh, this is it. There's nothing to commentate. The Valley take game 1 with a interesting, I wouldn't say beautiful, but wonderful finish up against Ethereal.
Yeah, she wasn't pretty, but she got the job done there. Did the Valley. Like I said, they do have a knack and a panache for these outside kind of picks. While you would not know what to expect coming from the picks, you do know that you're gonna see at least one thing from the Valley, and that is like invades, early ferocity from them. And we saw just that. Ethereal able to kind of hold their own, but it was kind of a losing battle. While they were able to hold their own, while they were able to hold that line, get those kills, punish Shark and Tarzan for those invades, and sometimes even punishing Hoon. What we did not see was that the transferring those kills, those opportunities into objectives. And that is where the Valley really succeeded until we got into the mid to late game, where the Valley had already had that commanding lead. The jungle was wide open for them to kind of traverse. And that's kind of where the falling apart point happened for Ethereal. I mean, a good effort at trying to defend it. They had a game plan. It's just that I feel like if Ethereal was thinking 3 steps ahead, the Valley was definitely thinking 4 or 5 steps ahead as they were getting these objectives after those kills or after those deaths and stuff. They had the long con in their head when it came to these engagements.
Yeah, and it just seemed like even they were able to pick up the pieces after that early game, and it seemed like they were falling behind for a minute. They were losing some of these fights. Ethereal had a bright future ahead of them, but Shark immediately learns from his mistakes and is able to play differently. You know, as we cross further and further the game, he starts reacting differently, even Hoon got cut off a few times in the early game. Didn't have the greatest start, but as we crept into the end game there, they were just, I mean, all of them just seemed to be in perfect sync. And this is what we keep seeing from the Valley. They start off a little rusty, and now that I got a feeling as we jump into game 2, it could be even worse for Ethereal here.
Yeah, it does feel like sometimes it takes them a little bit to kind of get that synergy, get that cohesiveness together. We saw, like I said, at the early outs of this game, Ethereal very much able to hold their own, but it was just those little mistakes of being able to transition things into objectives that really cost Ethereal that game. And if they want a hope of being able to overcome the mountain that is the Valley, they are going to need to have an answer for this early game. They're going to need to think of a comp that doesn't ignore some of those things. The problem is, I mean, I think it would have been worse for Ethereal had they had a marksman in there. I don't think anything would have been able to keep that marksman safe from the Tarzan or Shark. They would have like hunted him down mercilessly. Like there wouldn't have been anything left there. So I mean, they had. I feel like this is one of those experience things where they had something in mind for their draft. They just weren't able, like I said, to kind of transition it as successfully as they would have wanted here. But a very much, my hats off to them for what they did here. Both matching without that marksman there. A good play, a good plan in hindsight, but like. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way for them. But then we are seeing that Natalia is going to go ahead and take off the field. And I'm wondering if we're going to go ahead and take Fanny off, because this is something I've talked about before, is once you start trying to ban out Shark, I feel like you've already lost, because his pool is so wild, so wide, so crazy that if you start trying to ban out Shark, you're basically allowing other things on there. You're gonna just have to deal with it. Deal with what he puts out there. Find some type of counter, because he's just too versatile of a player to be trying to ban out some of these off the wall picks. I think we saw at one time there was like a Fanny and a Kadita ban because he was just rowing into people so bad last season with those roam picks.
What's your command? Your team is
Ain't no valley, ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough to stop Ethereal. They could do this. No, but seriously, I think that we're already seeing some bans change. We're already seeing some things happen. 1, 2, 3 does get the Julian here, right? So, and 1, 2, 3 was really good on the Julian. I think they just, again, Last game, I felt like they did have the better draft. I think right now we're just seeing a slight mechanical difference. We're just seeing the pressure of being up against what is the Valley right now adding up. Do I count Ethereal out? No. And you know, in season, we always have some teams that don't take it all, that lose some games. But from what we've seen from Ethereal, they have grown a lot. But to this draft, Shark once again picking up the Fanny. Definitely getting his practice in tonight. But the main thing I want to take a look at here is this Akai pick. This has been such a strong pick for the Valley. Having Guapsi jump onto that, we already know. And Hoon, getting nostalgic here, picks up the Gus. Now, this is a first time ever. I think in every single season of the NASL, maybe we've seen it one time, a Gus on the field in the hands of Hoon. Definitely something possible. I'm wondering where they're going to put it in the lanes.
I'm definitely thinking it's going to go mid lane. Hoon is one of those mechanically gifted players I've talked about that he can, that when he puts something that is as mechanically orientated as a Gus, as a Ling, as a Lance in his hands, it's lethal, and to the point that he can probably play it almost anywhere. I do like the side of Ethereal being able to pick up this Edith, trying to get that CC down to be able to hopefully be able to put something onto this Fanny to be able to help lock it down. And like I said, while last game Ethereal's pick of that Julian didn't really play out toward the end of the game, toward the beginning of that game, Julian was having a great time with the side of Ethereal, synergizing up a lot of those stunning hits to be able to pop up the Fanny, the Natalia, and be able to take them out in the early game. Like I said, is that a sun?
It is. I don't know how I feel about it, and honestly, I don't think it goes well against the fan. I don't think it goes well against the like AOE damage, right? Like, because you have all these clones, and anyone that can just shred through all of them, it's a problem, right? So not only that, but the Akai. I'm sorry, I just can't take my eyes off of the picks from the Valley right now. And we now have a Johnson on the field as well. I mean, we're in we're in what we used to see in Season 2 when a team just feels like they have the better mechanics and they're just having fun at this point. Ethereal keeping it serious though, and you mentioned that Edith pick, another pick that we don't see all the time, but honestly, like, doesn't do bad a lot of the time that we see it. You mentioned it just has great pick opportunity. It has great, I mean, as a roamer, it can do well. You can catch off those off lanes. If you get that toss up, that knock up, you can take out just about anyone in that mid lane. Now, they did end up sticking with the Sun, so the question is how well is this going to do?
Yeah, that's my question, actually, is how well is this going to do? I agree, I don't like a Sun into a Fanny just because of the regen that Fanny is going to be able to get off of that, making through and passing a line through those clones. You're going to have a ton of regen there, perhaps maybe a way to kind of bait out Edith to be able to come in with. I'm struggling right now to try. I think right now it feels like we're reaching outside the box just to reach outside the box because we hope it's something that the Valley wasn't considering. But there he is.
There he is. We're staying right here, whole game. We're staying on this angle. Forget the match. I just want to watch Poe. I mean, I love it. We were talking about these skins before, and how we hoped that people were going to play them. And I think we've seen, the only one we haven't seen yet is Ling. So hopefully before the end of tonight, we get to see all three. Definitely excited for them. Now, Rimuru in the off lane. Akai, not a bad off lane pick. Hoon gonna be in the mid lane as well, but anyone just coming in, this is the Valley up against Ethereal. The Valley is gonna be ahead one game right now. Rarcy the big engage. 1, 2, 3, forced to run away. Zia's Fave, luckily there to save his life, but all 4 members of the Valley are here. They're gonna steal this red buff, and there's nothing Ethereal can do about it.
Yeah, Zia's favorite doing his best to kind of put on some CC here, but I mean, definitely kind of futile when thinking about Shark and the rest of Hoon there. And then you had the coverage coming in from Rimuru there. We do have a pop up there, and Shark Week is going to go ahead and be able to pick up that minion there. Rimuru is actually very low right now, so we have an engagement up at top.
Oh, Hoon chasing down. Lanier very low. Tries to lock onto this crab, but he's a bit too low for my liking. Walks right into Shark, but Basic gets the pick, steals it with that umbrella, and a nice one at that.
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be a very rough game for Ethereal here. Sun really not, he doesn't shine as far as the early game is concerned. And I feel like he spread out his damage a lot with those clones that he can put out. And especially with the fact that they're just not as, they're 1-2 steps above a minion with their health. Oh my God, 1, 2, 3 gets surprised and taken out.
Can we just mention the fact that Shark is jungling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. He's pretty mechanical in his own way as well. So if anybody would be able to, it would definitely be Shark. Whoa!
Nice. FTZ brought down the classic, the one we know and love, or the one you know and hate when you go against it in a ranked game, the Gus and the Johnson combo. That is going to be deadly. I mean, of course, it is kind of a gimmicky pick, but sometimes these gimmicky picks do wonders. Down to the bot lane for the turtle. Lanier is able to take it, but Shark Week takes Lanier in a very good trade for the Valley. But Rimuru does go down. 1, 2, 3 gets that pick. Look at him. Just look at him.
Just a lump on the ground right now. We have a little bit of a dance-off here happening up at the top lane as minions coming in, and I'm not sure. Here comes Shark. FTZ might be a little bit of trouble. Oh my God. Oh, we do have a pop-up there. Shark actually in a little bit of trouble. We're not able to line it up as Tarzan comes in with that rapid touchdown, is able to put down a lot of damage on the 1, 2, 3. He's going to go ahead and activate that sprint to get away.
Yeah, and that was a close one. For a second, it looked like you had the knock up on a Shark. Like, it looked like Shark was going to take it, and then it looked like Ethereal was going to take it. So a bit of back and forth in a nice stalemate there. So Ethereal still not playing too horribly, and they're actually at a less gold deficit than what we saw in game 1. Again, we're not crazy about Lanier on this. Wait a second, might have a bit of action in the top. Tarzan coming in. Does get the crash, and Hoon deletes FTZ as Shark Week takes out Zia's fave. They are just rolling through the field quite literally right now.
Yeah, Zia's favorite tried his best to kind of get into the fray of it. He was hoping to kind of mitigate the damage that went on to Sheftizi, but man, when you have 4 members of the Valley there, that was pretty much going to be all she wrote. You were probably better off trying to get away, as we have another rapid touchdown by Tarzan incoming for the top lane.
This could be big. He's not even able to find his target, but down on the bot, we do have a solo kill coming from Rimuru onto Ash Cutie, so that is good, right? Back up in the top, Zia's fave, tries to find on a basic, does get the knock up, and Lanier is here, but 1, 2, 3 takes that kill. Tarzan, Hoon, trying to find a moment, 1, 2, 3 taking a bit of damage. Hoon wants to take this, bounces through. Sheftizi trying to finish it with a torn apart memories right into the face of Hoon, gets that kill. Tarzan maybe next using that rapid touchdown just to get away, but TZ is online. Shark Week continuously though finds someone, finds a target, and locks on.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a typical Fanny game. Regardless if it's Shark who's playing it, we're talking about somebody who is mechanically gifted, and mechanically gifted people on those Fanny are just menaces to be able to get around, how fast they're able to get around the map, how much damage they're able to do in such a short amount of time, and how they're able to close the distance around you here. They're not even really kind of prioritizing these, oh my God, and there goes his favorite again. There's really not going to be any way for him to escape. We do see a flicker coming out there. A pop-up on the Shark. Another pop-up with those enhanced chains. Torn apart memory is able to clean it up right now. As Basic is trying to get away. Hoon able to clean up a little bit, as well as Basic is going to get cleaned up by 1, 2, 3 himself. Oh, Hoon coming in there. A little bit of a dance-off here right now as both of these guys taunting each other.
Oh!
Enhanced chain does listen. 1, 2, 3 does get taken out. Unfortunately, when you call out those beasts, sometimes you're going to get some claws coming at you, and that is exactly what happened to 1, 2, 3 there.
You know, this is the stuff that kind of makes you miss Gus. Just a fun hero to watch, and it comes in for another one. Sheftizi taking out Hoon, still on the prowl. Zia's fave, not quite able to connect. Hoon, feeling good. good. Shark is here though. He is Fame able to snipe him out though, luckily, and get that pick, but he will pay for his life. What a trade up, what a clash. I feel like I'm in another world right now. This is nostalgic. Tarzan goes down. We're seeing some heroes we don't normally get to see, but man, do I miss some of these heroes, Private.
Yeah, we do see Linear able to go ahead and solo and pick up that objective, but at the top, we're going to have our first tower going over to the side of the alley, so they're going to start macroing up a bit. I feel like they've been a little kind of, I don't want to say lazy, but they're not prioritizing objectives. They're trying to make a fun game where you're getting some kills and some Johnson rapid touchdowns here right now, but we do see some of those towers starting to get picked up now. I think they're starting to see just exactly what can happen here. 3v1 here, down at the bottom here. Ash Cutie a little bit. Let's get popped up, and here comes a heavy spin by the Poe, and he is locked up into a corner. Here comes Chef Easy trying to put on some damage. Not sure if he is quite ready as we see that Black Dragon swooping in right now. Is going to be able to take out there as the Fanny gets taken down, but here comes a rapid touchdown from Tarzan as he's going to go ahead and I guess he's got a hot date to catch as he travels back to the base.
And while all this is happening, Hoon gets another pick onto 1-2-3 in the offlane, and Basic just continues to hammer away at these towers very, very slowly, but taking them down. You know, you don't see a Kagura in the offlane too often, and it's not unheard of. It is able to keep some distance. Wait a second, conceal play. Basic getting knocked up there. Lanier trying to lock in, decides not to engage because Tarzan is here. Hoon is along for the ride, and they take out Chef TZ. Zia's Fave maybe next. Hoon on fire. Is he going to get this pick on the chase? Pops a recall. Shark wants it. Who's going to get it? Zia's Fave does last on, but Shark ends up getting that pick. A 2-for-0 trade into the hands of the Valley.
Yeah, right now it is 10-16, only a 1K gold difference, but I think the Valley really has a clear mind of what they're able to allow and what they're able to make happen here. Pretty dominating game by them so far here. Shark is going to go ahead and dart deep into this lane right now. 1-2-3, actually in a little bit of trouble, does dodge that last knife by Hoon, who is trying to get away right now. Here comes a Black Dragon. I don't know if he has the ability to be able to take down these heroes yet. He is not going to be able to, and right now we do see Tarzan trying to put on some damage, but they are going to go ahead and pick up this first Lord R. Ethereal.
And that I guess is one of the good things about having this this Sun, right? So, I mean, and as we creep more into late game, he will be, wait a second, Hoon tries to get on to Chef TZ, not quite able to finish, but Shark will secure it. Chef TZ goes down. The aggression from the Valley is out of this world right now. Rimuru comes in, Zia's Fave goes down, and they're just not able to stop them. They're just not able to stop, and this is the aggression we were talking about before this series started. We knew this is what the Valley was going to bring. We knew they were just going to hammer in block by block, tower by tower, push by push. But the Lord is in the hands of Ethereal. Can they make something out of it?
Yeah, I mean, what they've done here is given themselves a little bit of breathing room, but this is just so all over the place right now. It's so hard because as soon as you start engagements, you already see that this rapid touchdown of Johnson, Tarzan is just roaming around the base. The moment he connects, he's going to have that right back up. I'm going to be able to kind of cover it. Just misses that one. Speaking of which, so he does still have it back up right now. Oh, and he's going to try to crash in. Zia's favorite, wisely able to get out of the way here. But I mean, were they able? Nope, they weren't even able to pick up a tower down at the bottom here. So I mean, not exactly a wasted Lord, just because they gave them a little bit of breathing room. And here comes a concealed play, Trex.
Yeah, a bit of a concealed play up in the top though. Lanier trying to home in onto Rimuru here. Shark falls into several members. Don't know if he's going to live in that one. Lanier finally picks up a kill and puts one on his board. 1-2-3 on the run now as Ash Cutie tries to keep Tarzan away. Tarzan locks in. 1-2-3 goes down. And now they are coming for Tarzan here. He's pretty tanky, but not enough to last. Chef TZ, everyone blows the ultimate just for that kill, but they secure it. Now Rimuru sitting in this bush in main. Hoon is chipping away at the middle tower.
Yeah, he does flicker out of the way right now. Are we going to be able to get a torn apart memories here? We do see that damage come down, and down goes Hoon, but he won and was able to pick up that tower. We do see a little bit of a surprise play as the Yin Yang Overture by the Kagura down at the bottom is able to pick up a Brody as Rimuru in a little bit of trouble here. Is able to dash away with that shield, but here comes Tarzan. Is going to connect on both members of Ethereal, but wisely decides to back up. I think that's more of an FU to them as he goes back to base with minions kind of at the tower right now.
Listen, next time Tarzan comes in like that, I'm gonna need a Tarzan yell. I'm gonna need a Tarzan yell, Private, or I'm gonna need the oh, just flying in, ready to make a play. Now, Ethereal has only been able to take one tower. Wait a second. Oh! They do get taken out. Hoon gets the pick. Ash Cutie goes down. A quick and deadly combo that is. Zia's Fave able to get the pick onto Tarzan, able to get the knock up at least, but Lord is now on the map. 12 minutes in, and I don't know if Ethereal once again can try to contest this. Chef TZ has been doing a decent job, and Lanier also starting to come and play a little bit, but I just don't know if it's enough. Tarzan now coming around the bend, not quite able to connect, doesn't get the stun either, and the Valley backs off.
Yeah, we just said Lanier is trying to pick up that red, is able to get it, but they are going to have to kind of stave off this push because one wrong move is going to open up this Lord. We do see a big pop-up by them as 1-2-3 gets taken out there by Shark here. Big heavy spin onto Rimuru, but this is not the person that you want to be focusing on. Here comes Tarzan. We do see a Flicker is able to get them out of the way right now as Hoon coming in, taking down Lanier as well. And here comes Tarzan, that big boy damage. Here comes that Black Dragon inside of their ass cutie, able to pop them all up, but he's gonna pay for that with his life as Shark comes onto the back end, is able to pick off Zia, and this might be all she wrote. Oh my god, Tarzan just missed, is probably gonna end up paying for that with his life. Look
Ash
at the
Cutie,
the zigzags. Ash Cutie almost able to get away, but in the end it was all the Valley there, as it looks like I don't even think they're gonna go ahead and focus on the Lord here.
You got, oh wait. All right, guys, slow down a little bit. Give us a second. Give us a minute to talk about what's actually happening. Lanier back onto Tarzan. Chef TZ behind him. Torn apart memories goes off, gets that kill, but the yin yang overturn comes in and instantly wipes out Lanier. Rimuru now here, ready to help out, ready to keep up the relentlessness of what is the Valley right now. All right. We have a second to breathe now, Private. We have a second to collect ourselves as the mayhem drops down to a standstill. We gotta commend Ash Cutie for that last play there. Yes, Ash Cutie ended up going down, but the survivability of dancing around.
Yeah, and this is it's interesting to see. The game is not that far out of hand. 13 minutes, only about a 4K gold lead by the Valley here. But what the problem is just how dominant they are with just that 4K. It's just their rotations, their synergy right now, their skill on these players is just outmatching the side of Ethereal in these engagements. We do see, just look at Shark just kind of weaving in and out. Here comes around. Look at that connection as all the members meet in there, but here comes the Black Dragon down, is flying about here. Shark actually might be in a little bit of trouble here, is going to get taken out there as well, but the rest of the team there to clean up Ash Cutie, and only Lanier is left to tell the stories of this horror that they saw in this bottom jungle.
Go back to your family, tell them who is here. Lanier is now alone up against several members, and they're still not going for the Lord. They do not care. They want to win this off of muscle, blood, and sweat as Tarzan and Hoon come in, dashes in, misses that Knive, not quite able to connect, not quite able to get the finish, but they do take an inhibitor away. They do take away, yin yang overturn, basic, starting to be very damaging. Most of the members of Ethereal, if they get caught by that, if they get caught by the full combo of basic right now, they are gone.
Yeah, and that's the issue here right now. We do see them going ahead, trying to go ahead, latch on to this Luminous Lord here right now. I think they're going to go ahead and think twice about it. They see that Rimuru is there. Here comes a rapid touchdown, just narrowly misses Ash Cutie here, roaming around here, but it does connect here, unfortunately, onto Chef TZ, who's going to get cleaned up here very quickly. Now this is a 5v4 game here, and 1-2-3 is going to go ahead and have to back up here. Unfortunately, I mean, there's not much that you can do. Right now, it is basically the Valley providing opportunity to Ethereal, because they're not trying to end this. They're trying to get the kills. They're trying to make it a flourishing event here. Look at Lanier. is going to get picked up there, but is able to sidestep a bunch of those abilities from Hoon there. And we do have 3 minions kind of charging into base here. And here comes that rapid touchdown. Ooh,
oh, a little close to that fountain.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, definitely here.
Oh, but they're going in. Hoon getting a couple shots off. Tarzan does go down, and they're not quite able to get the damage to finish things off. Torn apart memories does not do enough. And while this is all happening, Basic once again just split pushing, chipping away the towers. Does get knocked up from those chains. 1, 2, 3, and Chef TZ just trying to fend off the Valley. Just go for the Lord already. Common Basic takes that tower, and now they will finally disengage with Zia's Fave. Does not want to stop that. Rimuru walks right into it. Does have the heavy spin, but decides not to use it.
Yeah, that's Kagura. You know, Kagura is known for their lane pushing ability. Definitely not, but they're making kind of a show of it here, as it's been mostly, I'm gonna assume that Kagura is his basic is gonna have the most tower damage here, but we do see that the rest of Ethria in a little bit of a bad way. They are getting flanked here right now. 3 members in a bad way, as in comes Fanny here, does get stunned down. A lot of damage coming onto them right now. A couple of stuns. Hoon is latched on. We do see Frozen coming out from 1, 2, 3, but he's gonna get taken out. Chef TZ is able to take down Sharkweed, but here comes the heavy spin. Chef TZ doing his best to try to get out of the way here, putting on damage, and down goes Hoon. Black Dragon comes out, but it's not gonna be enough to save Chef TZ, as Zia's favorite gonna go ahead and try to teleport out, but here comes Rimuru, is gonna go ahead and cancel that out. But down at the Lord, we do have Sun trying to make short work of it. I'm not sure he's going to be able to, as we do have Basic here with that immense damage. They're going to latch on the Basic, who's going to be able to get out of the way. Rimuru here, able to take the rest of that damage. But this is all kind of a ploy. Rimuru is not trying. He's not going to get taken out here. They're just trying to distract you for long enough so that them to be able to take this Lord. We see it going down. Basic able to pick it up with that immense damage out the Kagura. Rimuru able to heavy spin his way to safety.
Yeah, now Shark is back on the field. Tarzan just walking away. Lanier just can't quite finish it. Neither can Ashkuti, but the Lord is moving fast once again, taking a tip from the Valley. He wants to end this along with them, but they're going to be able to chip away at this. Chef TZ is doing a lot of damage now. Shark trying to come in, but it's too many members. Shark, don't do it. Back off. You don't want to walk into all 5 of Ethereal right now, or all 4 of Ethereal right now, but we're starting to see the comeback from Ethereal. We're seeing glimmers of it. Chef TZ earlier, able to sit in between 4 members, dance around, and still take out members of the Valley with a heavy spin coming into his face. He's able to last long enough and do the damage he needs to, but the Valley does not care. They want to see if they can take this here private.
Yeah, we do see Tarzan is going to go ahead a little bit deep there. Does get taken down. Shark is weaving back and forth. Is going to get locked onto. Down goes 1, 2, 3 here. Linear is next to follow. No damage yet onto this turn as Tarzan goes down here. They are able to kind of fend off this attack, but here comes Rimuru. A lot of damage onto him, but Chef TZ putting on damage of his own.
Chef TZ!
Shark weak comes in, has that immortality activated. Common and Basic are taking him down, but down goes this tower. It is a 2-0 win for the Valley here, and that is going to end the series. And an exciting game, a different game than what we're used to seeing, but altogether, I mean, a pretty dominating one for the side of the Valley.
Very dominated, and honestly, we got to give it up to Ethereal, right? They did a good job. They were able to last out, and they almost, like, for a second there, it felt like they were going to come back. The only thing I have to say is, like, the Valley isn't even at, like, this isn't even my final form. You know, like, they're having fun right now, and they're just able to dominate through. So the Valley takes another win, still completely undefeated in this league. Ethereal, though, continues to improve, continues to show that they want to stay, they want to be part of these tournaments, they want to be part of this league. So hopefully, as the season moves on, they can get a couple more wins under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, what I do like is that this was a good game for Ethereal to showcase how they can kind of think outside the box, how they can adjust to picks, how they can kind of match that type of intensity, especially in the opening game, and then keep on the pressure and try to keep neck and neck with the Valley. Unfortunately, like I said, the Valley is better at it. To put the point flatly, they've been doing this a long time. They know what they need to be doing, and just mechanically I feel like there was just a little bit of a gap between them and Ethereal in the execution, and this was kind of a showcase of that, and that's where you're going to want to keep on fine-tuning and practicing and making sure that you can get these reaction times out, because like I said, this is what you see, this is what you get when you get some of those players like the Hoon, Basic, Shark, some heroes that are basically known for those real mechanics, those fast hands that are so lethal on a wide array of heroes. And this was kind of a showcase for it. GG to both teams here. I know it's been rough for the Valley, but they continue to improve, continue to get better, continue to show and learn from what they meet here in the squad league. But right now, the Valley is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Personally, I kind of want to see them, while that match was fun, I would like to see what happens when they face what they would consider a threat.
Yeah, like when they go up against a team like Ackerman, when they go up against a team like Team First Blood, you know, some of these other high-level teams, I don't think we're going to be seeing things like the Fanny Rome. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Johnson or Hoon on the Gus, right? There's still 3 more weeks to go. They still have some big matches ahead of them, so definitely excited to see how they play things out. At this point, they essentially have a spot guaranteed in the playoffs, and like I said, man, there's I think so far in the past 2 seasons, the first place team that is at the top of the leaderboard by the end of the season, normally, like, I don't think they've ever won the actual league, like, when it comes to playoffs. So whether it's a curse, whether, like I mentioned earlier, you know, you have to be careful, you have to watch out, you know, you need to continue, and that's like playing like games like this where you're maybe not taking it full seriously, in the end could count against you, you know, could work a little bit against your favor. But enough of the Valley and Ethereal, because we are going to be coming in to our final series of the night, and that is going to be the second place champions of the last NACT, Team First Blood, going up against another team that's been working to prove themselves, working to get back into this playoff situation. Vec Fantasy Main Private, how do you feel about it?
I'm really excited for this match. Team First Blood quickly through the past months have become another very solid and very I've become a fan of them with the work ethic from First Blood. We've seen in the last few months how they had to kind of compete with these roster changes. Prophecy doing his best, very much the heart and soul, even though he's not usually on the main roster, but he speaks worlds about what this team is about, and the training, the practices that go into here, the thought process for drafting and stuff. They take this stuff very seriously, and they do put in that type of effort. With what if the Valley is basically a bunch of geniuses and mechanically gifted people, is that team in the NASL of mechanically gifted people, then the Team First Blood are those workhorses, the ones that come through, they also are fresh meat. I dare almost not even say that. They came in to the league this season, but they have shown such
promise.
Promise, but like a lack of like rough edges. Like, they came in here like pros, like they've been doing this forever. And then when NACT came around, dominated that, made it. They are grand finalists for the Challenger tournament, which is amazing for a team that just kind of came up. Not only just came up, but had to reorganize because of the loss of a mage, where Prophecy had to step up as a marksman main. Had 2 weeks to learn how to be a good, proper top level mage again, and was able to just dominate in that position as well. I don't know if Prophecy is on the main starting roster right now. He does handle a lot more things behind the scenes, but it really speaks to how he manages, how he kind of steps up with this team as well. And I'm really excited to see that coming up too. And then on the other side of that, we have Vec Fantasy Main, who last week surprised the Valley. I mean, you saw how dominant the Valley was here against Ethereal, but team Vec Fantasy Main last week able to take a surprise win out of the Valley here. They tried it's interesting to say is because like the Valley kind of tried that very loose whatever attitude kind of game with Vec Fantasy Main, and they were not having it. Able to get a victory off of the Valley and really kind of made the Valley I feel like sit up straight in their seats and realize, okay, these guys actually came here to play, and ended up having to go all out for the next 2 matches. So I know this is going to be a good competition for the side of Team First Blood here, and I'm really eager to see how they've kind of come around these matches. And not just that, but that's right, R is now on Vec Fantasy Main when R started on Team First Blood. He was a rostered member of Team First Blood, and now R is actually on the opposite side right now on Vec Fantasy Main. So we're going to see how well that kind of comes together there, as well as might be a little bit of a grudge match. I don't want to say drama or anything because these guys all know each other. They're all
it's drama, grudge, feud, family, century feuds have reigned here as R has switched sides and joined the Vec Fantasy Main squad. So the tides will be settled today. The law will be written. Who will come out on top? All right, I'm done.
Blood will be spilled. Mamas will be slapped as this grudge match comes into to peak here. It's gonna be an interesting match. Like I said, a lot of these teams are they trade members so often. They're all friends and they know each other. But it's really interesting because, like I said, R did start the season on Team First Blood. As we went into the Challenger tournament, R and I forgot who else kind of split ways from Team First Blood, which is amazing to me because even like I said, with that juggling of the roster, they Team First Blood had to deal with the loss of R and another person on their squad still came into the grand finals of the Challenger tournament, which is amazing to me for a team to have that much skill to be able to kind of juggle all of that. And then still be able to perform so well, which makes me wonder what could happen if you have a team with the synergy that's been built up with members that have stayed there for months and months of months.
Yeah. I mean, Team First Blood right now is like slowly. I'm sure a lot of people will disagree with this, but from a caster's view, who watches essentially every competitive game that has happened in NA, for the past year almost, like. Team First Blood is like slowly becoming the team of the people in NA, at least in my view. Like, I feel like you mentioned hardworking workhorse team. Like, yes, they're not your to go weeb. They're not like your Itachi, Sasuke, fucking super talented. They're the hardworking people who have now proved and earned talent through hard work and have made it, as we said, to second place in the NACT, and a lot of people could debate whether they rightfully kind of almost won that. They're definitely we can at least say they're at the level of the team that beat them in the NACT, right? Like, they are, in theory, in numbers, they are the best team in NA right now, right? Like, they're top tier. Now, as we know, tournaments always go different depending on how things go, depending on how things grow, but they are up there. Yes, there have been some roster changes, but we were talking about them before we started this session tonight, and I feel like no matter what roster they put on there, they have a hard driving force behind the team. They have some management. They have, they do coaching. They do the full deal. So no matter who ends up ending up on the squad, they have people who are going to push them. They are hungry, and in my eyes, they're candidates. Like the Valley, these are teams that are candidates for M4 in my eyes. It's not just one team that we're all looking at. There are a wide range, a large roster of several different teams that are hungry for this, and Team First Blood is at the front of that pack to me. Vec Fantasy Main also hungry. They want this, but can they go up against a team like this right now?
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting thing right here. Like you said, especially with the new rules that came down from the Challenger tournament, it does mean that Team First Blood is technically, as far as Moontoon scene, the top of NA right now. As we know that New Wave will be competing in Latin America's a version of qualifiers for M4. So, I mean, that does put a lot of pressure onto Team First Blood, because now they are basically the top of the spear. A lot of people still talking about BTK. Heck, there's people that still talk about Gosu, but let's not get into that. But BTK beaten in the top 16. And this is where teams like Team First Blood dominated people and still able to make their way up to those grand finals. Vec Fantasy Main, and then this is what I like about the squad league, is that you're giving opportunities for these teams to kind of put it all on the line against some of these top teams, like Team First Blood, like Ackerman or the Valley or Team Sexy as well. I mean, we don't talk on Team Sexy as much, because they're not going to be playing today. They're going to be playing tomorrow. But it's just, there's so many great teams that when it comes, and it's amazing, because you see almost different teams in the squad league than you do when it comes down to the Challenger tournament. Because in the Challenger tournament, like, we both talked about it. While we were impressed with First Blood and how they played in the season of the squad league, nobody expected them to go to the grand finals. I don't think.
No,
not from the beginning. Not from the beginning. Like at the beginning, you didn't think, oh, well, if I'm putting people at the top, you weren't going to have First Blood and New Wave facing off in the grand finals. But
New Wave was up there, but not Team First Blood.
And that's what I think Vec Fantasy Main is going to have to get onto the level here of things, that when it comes to those really important matches, that you hunker down and you kind of put on that 110% and that effort into those games. And that's what we've seen from First Blood, and that's what we've yet to kind of I don't want to say yet to kind of see, because we saw little hints of that from Vec Fantasy Main last week when they were able to take a win off of the Valley. They pretty much prove that you cannot slouch on this team. You can't just think that this is going to be a real easy do whatever you want type of game. You're going to have to take them seriously, and I expect to see that from First Blood, and definitely going to be wanting to see if Vec Fantasy Main can kind of stay on the level with them when it comes to what I want to say is the total package in Team First Blood, whether it comes to drafting, skill play, or synergy when we get out into those matches.
And we will see how this match ends up turning out as we jump into the draft. This is Team First Blood up against Vec Fantasy Main. Team First Blood will have first pick, first ban, and they're already honing in onto that Fanny, the Masha. Solid bans, right? A little different. The Masha, we haven't seen banned a lot tonight, but I believe it's a very solid band. Like, as a tank, as an EXP laner, a lot of these teams like to run her either way, and she can be a major nuisance, right? And I wouldn't take the bans from last series as, like, typical bans, right? Typical picks. Vec Fantasy Main honing in on to this Balmond, another very popular pick currently, and it kind of stops any early aggression that TFB may want to bring to the table by picking up that Balmond.
Yeah, and this is what I'm seeing from these early bans right now, basically cutting off the early game. That Masha, it's just such a lethal kind of counter to a lot of these marksmans and the amount of damage and sustain that she has. One of maybe not the most picked hero, but she has one of the highest win rates in North America. So anybody who does know how to use her and she gets put on the field, she's always having an effect on the battlefield. So it's a good ban by them and a good read from Team First Blood here. And we do see Julian kind of getting taken off the map, which is interesting to me. Julian's so everywhere right now as far as good, bad, right position, wrong position, how you play him, what he counters into.
Pretty, ugly. It's all over the place.
It's honestly, it's the day of the week that you play Julian matters. What time is it? An odd or an even number of whether he's going to do good or bad right now? Because I haven't seen too many matches of Julian did all right. It's always either Julian got fucking trampled or Julian absolutely dominated that match. We do see that Juan ban going to get out there. It's usually kind of a standard ban for a lot of teams here, but we do know that R does play a pretty lethal Juan, especially I think R did play 2 or 3 Juans when he was on the Team First Blood team. And it's basically definitely something that he favors, but we do see that with these bans, with that show ban out there, we are going to give up a Valentina and then in answer to that, a Faramis, the first Faramis of this half of the season.
Yeah, I think the first Faramis, no, I think we maybe saw a glimpse of him right before we took the break for NACT. I can't remember exactly, but yes. And here's the thing, right? So this combination has been happening over in MPL PH recently, and it's like both of these heroes get on the field, and it's just a whole lot of cult altars, right? Like Faramis pops the cult altar, Valentina steals the cult altar, pops it herself, and it makes these team fights very, very hard for the play-by-play because they just go on and on and on. One thing I can say though is with the Akai pick and now this Beatrix pick as well, I think if I was on VFM, the Beatrix pick would have been pretty solid, but you pick up a little bit of sustain by taking this Esmeralda in with the added sustain of the Faramis already. So those two picks are very solid. You've already kind of rounded off some of your bases here, right? I think at this point, maybe just go for the mage or go for the marksman, lock it in, and have some damage along with your sustainability, because that is a very similar route to what TFB has already done. You have the Valentina, you have the Beatrix, which is one of the best gold laners in the game right now, and you have a very solid jungler, which is Akai, who, if you really need to, you can flex into the roam position later on in the draft.
Yeah, and that's what's kind of scary about it too right now, because what you still have out on the field right now is an Atlas 2, which it can be picked up by First Blood. So you're going to need to see that banned on the side of VFM, or because they're not going to be able to, if they pick up an Atlas, it's definitely going to upset the cohesiveness of this composition. So I think it's kind of one of those ban or deal with it type of scenarios, depending what Team First Blood has in store. We do see that Linux is going to take it off the table, probably because Team First Blood probably looking for a little bit more tankiness from the rest of their last 2 picks of this composition, looking for a roam and a XP laner here.
Yeah, and I like the Thamus ban. I like the Franco ban as well. And at this point, with Esmeralda already locked in, I'm wondering maybe we see the Dyroth come in from the side of TFB here. Maybe the Uranus, still some decent possibilities, right? They're not too limited. EXP laners, I feel like, are pretty hard to ban out at this point. Honestly, a lot of almost everyone always kind of has a fallback that's pretty decent, right? Like the marksman, if you really get down to it, you pick up the Clint, you pick up the Brody, or you pick up the carry or something. Like, it's so hard to target in on a lane nowadays, I feel like. So you got to really just kind of go with whatever you feel like is going to be hurting against your team. And with that Thamus ban, you're taking out any sustainable options, right? And you're worried about the Cult Altar being stolen. And I think a lot of this is going to come down to who pops the Cult Altar first, right? Like, who uses it a little too prematurely and things of that nature. I think with this Natalia pick, should be Roam, maybe jungle. We've been seeing a lot of jungle Natalia tonight. And I like the Faramis as a roam. I think he needs to be tanky because when you put him in that mage position, he's using that Cult Altar a bit too much as a self-defense instead of a team defense.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. I played a little bit of Faramis this last week too, and he's actually a little harder than I anticipated too, because these cult altars, it is not an immediate press the button and immediately activates. There is a little bit of a rev up for that as well. So it comes down to kind of finesse, especially when you're dealing with a Valentina who isn't using an ability that is known to her. You know what I mean? So it's good. There might be a little bit of hesitation, might be a little bit of a learning curve when it comes to that Cult Altar being activated. And then, interestingly enough, where we do see a Rafaela getting picked up here. And like I said, I usually complain about those roaming, those squishier roams. But like I said, I do like to see that front line. And Team First Blood does have a front line that will be able to protect the rest of the team, while Rafaela is going to be able to provide that mobility and the slow to the rest of Vec Fantasy main here as well.
Yeah, normally I would say that the side of Vec Fantasy main is a little too squishy for the current meta for my liking, but with the Faramis, it makes it work, right? Like, it makes just having the Esmeralda as your heavy front line force, it makes it work, because if the Benedetta does get a little too low, if the Natalia or the Clint do get a little too low, you still have the survivability of the rest of the team. And Benedetta slowly also on the rise in a lot of these picks, right? Becoming more and more popular. The only thing is when I look at TFB, like, they kind of have your typical bulky front line, heavy damage back line, and then you spice it up a little bit with this Rafaela to add mobility, add even more survivability, and just help out this composition that they have. Definitely something fierce to look at. Gina Godmode has been slain on this Beatrix from NACT to now, so definitely excited to see how it works today up against this Clint. I got a feeling we might see a lot of hovering possibly over the Clint, and that's something that VFM may need to do here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's one of the downfalls of the Clint. I feel like he is high on that pendulum of gank ability. His little dash that he does just doesn't cover a lot of ground, especially when you're talking about the leaping abilities of a Uranus, of an Akai, and of the ability that the Valentina is going to be able to close and cover distance. So it's going to be interesting. I feel like this early laning phase is going to really spell out how well that R is going to be able to do on this Clint as we move into the mid and late game.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, you see Natalia maybe trying to get an early game pick, but Boj knows something is up, decides to come up into this top lane and protect her as well. Sayori maybe trying to do something here private.
Oh yeah, we do see that Phantom Steed, I believe. I can't even remember what it was
Phantom
called.
Stampede or Shadow Stampede. Something like that. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he wasn't able to actually latch onto Gina Godmode. Oh, and we do see a little bit of damage coming on there. Gina Godmode is going to go ahead and have to disengage a bit there, and is going to catch a trip hole. Ooh, maybe a little too close. That's what I want to say. There's these little mistakes that sometimes you can make, especially showing the enemy that you're teleporting home is going to give them an opportunity. Oh, and a nice little spin off there by Shen. But up here at the top, we do see a little bit of a trade-off here. As Kane's going to get caught and take it out. First blood going over to the side of VFM. Very good start for them right now as they are all moving to the top lane here to try to converge on the gold laner.
Yeah, Kid needs... I mean, I like the idea. Try to go in, maybe steal a red buff. But you're going up against... Wait a second, not losing today. Does lock on a Boj. Boj may go down. Wait, no! Gina God mode retaliates back. Don't touch my Rafaela, because you will go down.
Yeah, a very good play there by Team First Blood. We do see Faramis trying to be a little sneaky there, but not enough there to kind of cover it as they are going to be able to disengage there. It's 1-1 apiece here, but it does look like VFM is starting to kind of cover the gold lead a bit here. But on the other side of the map, we do see that heavy spin coming out there. Jules Cutie doing the best to try to disengage there. And here comes Natalia with that smoke screen, is going to kind of ward off the rest of Team First Blood here.
Yeah, VFM looking very, very good right now, but even after losing Kid, Team First Blood able to pick up the pieces, take a Lord, make a nice play on the map, and still keep up their pace. They're keeping this gold at an even, actually almost slowly creeping forward, but most of the gameplay has been huddled around this gold lane. And I got a feeling once one of these gold laners goes down, that may be when the tables turn. Whether Clint or Beatrix can get the rotation first, can move into the mid lane, that could be the huge advantage for either team.
Yeah, and this is going to be the problem for Natalia with having this Rafael on a team, is he's going to be able to kind of call out the positions with those abilities to kind of slow down the Natalia and then kind of call out where they are. And then we do see two members kind of diving here into the back line. Team First Blood does get a decent amount of distance there as the Cult Altar is activated early there. Here comes a heavy spin as Kid comes down in there. R gets taken down, unfortunately, there. And then we do see that Natalia is going to be taken down, not losing, taken down next here. So it is a 3-1 lead for VFM. They're maybe biting off a little bit more than they should have there, diving too deep into enemy territory, did they?
Yeah, Team First Blood has now found their stride, right? I think, as we mentioned, Kid had a little bit of a misplay there in the beginning, but now they know how they need to play this, and Kid continues to be aggressive, which I'm glad that first death, that first blood in the very beginning of the game didn't stop him, right? He still knows what his job is as an Akai, and that is to be the bully of the map. The only thing I'm mad about is why Kid doesn't have the post skin on right now.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with that.
Yeah,
myself.
what the heck, Kid?
We should give them an automatic loss for that. We do see them starting up on the Lord here, not losing, is kind of getting up a good position here as R on the top, down at the bottom. It doesn't look like not losing has found the opportunity, kind of being patient there as we see the rest of Team First Blood latching onto R. A lot of damage coming on. Don't think R's going to be able to get away there as he did get feared there, but Gina God Mode might be in a little bit of trouble. Does see the exclamation mark there, and we do see that Alex is going to have to disengage while the rest of Team First Blood latching on to Sayori. Does activate that Cult Altar, but it's not going to be enough to get him away as he does get slowed and stopped up there before he reaches the safety of that turret.
So Rafaela, a combination we used to see a lot was like the Rafaela Lilia, right? And it's you pair up this or even like way back to M3, Rafaela Beatrix mid. You pair up, wait a second, Jules Cutie coming on the Kid. Don't think anything too big is going to happen there, but it's working. Shen getting pulled back in.
Yeah, he does get pulled in there, does activate a Cult Altar of his own there, but he has 3 members to contend with, and is going to get taken down there by Alex as the rest of the team is there to kind of provide support, but they've gone a little bit too deep as the rest of Team First Blood comes in to challenge them at the mid lane, and now they are forced to disengage here as the score gets tilted now to 6-2 with a 4K gold lead in favor of Team First Blood, and in deep into enemy territory. Unknown XP is basically having his way here, cutting deep into the second turret here, cutting waves right now.
Yeah, doing a wonderful job. And Boj is landing like every single one of those holy baptisms, making them count, sending 1, 2, sometimes 3 members like in that last fight, and just changing the tides of all of these battles. Now, not to mention the slow that you get from that first skill, right? Just helps Shen be as aggressive as they want, and right now we're seeing even more private.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of engagement. Cult Altar has been activated a little early, and there comes the second Cult Altar from Thieves First Blood as that machine gun coming out from Gina
my God.
Take down Jules Cutie, a 3 for none as Shen able to take
Maniac?
down 3 players. R is the next one on the list there. R does take somebody down. Gina God Mode, was it a Maniac?
No, Shen almost got it. Gina was Gina stole it.
Unfortunately, I think you kick him out for that. We do see that Kid is going to go ahead and pick up that turtle, and right now, this game is all team first, but they're showing the cohesion, the synergy that is needed. Like I said, you saw Sayori, you were talking about it earlier, that early cult altar, it sometimes comes out to who does the first cult altar is probably going to end up having a rough team fight, because the person who activates it second is going to have that longevity, is going to have that still have those players on the field, and we do see that Team First Blood is going to be it does get taken into a little bit of a push here right now. Cult Altar has been activated there. Alex is on the run right now, as we do see members getting taken out right now, and Jules Cutie does get taken out, as well as Sayori. So right now it is kind of a bloodbath right now. Kid gonna go ahead and clean up the bottom lane, while the rest of the team is gonna go ahead and readjust on the map.
Shen is just so ahead right now. I mean, the man is at 4,700 gold, which doesn't seem like, I mean, honestly, now that I look at the gold count, he's not like that ahead, but compared to the side of VFM, he is just clobbering. Looking at, I mean, they're very behind. This is almost a 10,000k gold lead at 8 minutes in. Once they got a couple kills under the belt, they just started rolling. And up at the top, though, Unknown EXP gonna be able to walk away from this unfazed.
He's trying to. He's going to go ahead and put a little bit of a saunter into this. And now, back at almost full health right now. For their team, he does get that Shadow Stampede. He's going to go ahead and pull him in a little bit more. This might be a little bit more than he's thought he could chew off. He's going to go ahead and dash himself out to safety, as Shen is providing a little bit more cover fire for them. And they are just basically tightening the noose around the neck of a VFM right now. They're keeping them closed into the base right now. However, I do think that they kind of want to kind of get these lanes, clean up the jungle, and then you want to keep the lanes toward the mid lane. You want to force VFM to come out to get some type of farm, which is what we're seeing them do right now.
Yeah, you have such a lead right now that, yeah, just freeze the lane. Try to let them come to you. Even maybe let them bait them to this lord. Like, you don't even really have to defend at this point. You have such a huge advantage. You could turn around at any point and just come in, especially with the way that Boj and Shen are working as a unit together, landing these Holy Baptism. And as we speak, he tries to get one God mode, mega kill, double kill. Are we going to see the triple here, Private?
Yeah, we do see that not losing today is on to run. Oh, he is able to, almost able to get out of the way there. But Gina God mode, you're not going to be able to pull a quick one like that on Gina God mode. And you do see that that not losing today is going to be taken out there. We do have a Lord coming in to the bottom lane here. I'm not sure if this is going to be a final push, but it's definitely going to be something that they're going to be able to transition to into at least one tower. If I know anything about First Blood, we do see Alex is going to go ahead and engage there. We do see that final cut coming in there, dashing all around there. We do see the Cult Altar get activated early for Team First Blood. This might not spell well for them, as they do see that the Cult Altar does now just get activated. Here comes a heavy spin, is knocking Natalia back into the back line of Team First Blood, and now they are pushing on into the core right now. They are taking it to VFM right now. Kid is disengaging. They're turning their attention on to the top tower, while the rest of the team is trying to hold off the rest of VFM. Top tower is going to go down as well. That is all the inhibitors taken down for the side of VFM. So they have no inhibitors. They're going to have minions coming after this. This does not spell well for the side of VFM. They are going to try and engage here, but wisely, the rest of TFM able to kind of group up and disengage from there. But here comes Kid, does activate a heavy spin onto Alex, is not able to hold him down on that Benedetta. Right now, they are still keeping the action going. Not losing today, tried to kind of be sneaky from behind. But man, Team First Blood is just on it. Like, they're just their map awareness, their presence of mind, what they're keeping track of. Like, you're just not going to be able to pull a fast one on them. And Natalia kind of found that out almost the hard way, as she was kind of forced to kind of return, or still kind of hiding here, as we do look like we're having another engagement happening here, T-Rex.
You know, not losing today, does come in, but the Holy Baptism comes down, but Joy Baj will not escape from that one. VFM now closing its jaws. Unknown XP and Kid trying to do something, but the Cult Altar comes out. Shen also along for the party, making one of his own. Cult Altar versus, hold on a second. How did I miss it? How did I not see it? God mode, split pushes, backdoor monster comes in and takes that base.
Unfortunately, due to the rules that I've just made up, Team First Blood's going to lose that for not using the Poe skin. So congratulations to VFM for their victory. Just kidding there. But a dominating performance by Team First Blood, basically showing why they are the grand finalists of the Challenger tournament. This was just, you could tell basically the biggest problem. You saw it there when you were checking the items, and you thought that that Valentino had like so much more gold. The problem is Valentino didn't have that much gold. It's the problem when you have such a squishy lineup like you do for VFM there. Nobody there, even at mid game, was able to withstand the output of damage. Like 28% from here.
73
11-minute game. Yeah, it's just it's absolutely ridiculous. And then on this squishy of a lineup, there's really not much anybody could kind of withstand from them. And they just they got the lead, and very little mistakes made by the side of Team First Blood, even when it came to kind of syncing up the lanes, keeping that pressure on top of VFM, and then finally being able to or even like baiting in a fight, which you were talking about it. Like maybe they should just use this to kind of bait in the fight, and that's exactly what they did, and which allowed Gina Godmode to kind of push in from the mid lane. How often do you see is
that even a backdoor? Is that even called a backdoor?
Yeah.
Like when all the inhibitors are down, he just kicked it in.
Nobody was home.
Kicked it in with a shotgun, lay down on the ground, and takes the base. They just raided, stormed in. TFB takes that game in a great game at that. And VFM for a second there, like I think if they could have dragged that on, they maybe could have gotten the opportunity, and they did find a few mistakes. Like, but the thing is TFB was just on point. Every player, honestly, like, yes, Shen and Gina were slain. I mean, like, slain. 6-0 and 9 for Gina God mode. Shen was 7-2, gets a triple. Should have got a Maniac, but Gina stole it. I mean, but like Boj with those holy baptisms, making them count constantly. Kid with the buff steals in the early game, even though he died trying to do one of them, continued to bully in on to Alex on that Benedetta, and then even Unknown XP just double tower lane cutting from beginning to the end. Everyone playing their part to a T. So let's see if VFM can lick their wounds and come back in game 2 here, right?
Yeah, and the sad thing is it started with a little bit of a too deep of an engagement by VFM up until that point, and that's kind of how it comes to a lot of games with teams that are this skilled, is that all it takes is one mistake, and then you start a steamroll, a snowball that just keeps on getting bigger and bigger and bigger as you move on into the late game. And it started with that engagement up at the gold lane. I feel like a lot of the VFM teammates, including R, got a little too deep, dove past the tower looking for a kill, ended up taking 3 deaths there, and that just kind of started it. It started there. It's then started rolling into objectives, into those pushes into the towers, which started opening up the jungle. And like once they started, they never stopped. They never gave VFM the breathing room to kind of readjust onto the map, which is just basically it's one of those prime moves that kind of show you how good a team like the grand finals here, Team First Blood is when it comes to keeping on pressure and knowing what they needed to do, executing it, and then just kind of ending it early. No messing around. 11-minute game. They wrapped it up and closed out that first match.
You know, sometimes, Private, I like to look over to my left and pretend you're just right here, like our cameras are actually connected and we're in the same room. And I just look over and I go, "Hi, Private. I'm hanging out with the potato right now." But we are gonna jump now in. I thought I had to buy a little bit of time there. Luckily, VFM is actually ready. So let's jump into this. Now, I have to let you guys know, before that game started, and I see the cult altar. I send Private a message. I'm like, "You're doing play-by-play this game," and towards the end, you saw why. That last fight, I mean, like the fight before the last fight, you ended up passing it back to me just because it was like, they're about to go again. Oh God. Like, I mean, I think Moonta needs to figure something out about this, because those fights are like, I mean, we thought we've done some long fights before, but when you have the double cult altar, it is definitely rough, but a lot of fun to watch how they were able to just keep on going, re-engage. And it wasn't like messy like the last series we watched. Like, it's clean, everyone's doing their job, finding different angles. It's not just like a Johnson crashing, going back to base, coming back to life, crashing. You know, it is definitely an interesting way to see this game. But let's not waste any more time with our caster talk, because these teams are ready. It's going to be VFM versus Team First Blood. Game 2. Can Team First Blood clean this up with a sweep?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for VFM to kind of clean up. I feel like there wasn't really a huge. Well, I mean, yeah, there was a problem with the draft in that it was a little too squishy, but into the fact that it allowed very little mistakes. It didn't really give them the wiggle room to be to take deaths and to be able to come back, because they had no front line to kind of tank any of that damage. Once the enemy got an item more, once the enemy was able to start getting kills, they were getting kills on the whole team, and there really wasn't much that they were going to be able to do about it. I do expect possibly maybe a little bit of an adjustment here to ban out the Faramis, because as fun as that match was, I assume that they're just these teams lack. They don't want us to have fun as the casting, so they're going to go ahead and ban out that Faramis.
It's got to be. I mean, but if you ban out the Faramis, like, you need to ban out the Valentina as well, right? And I think that's a perfect example of what we just saw. It's like, it's okay to leave the Faramis open if you can secure yourself the Valentina. And we saw what happened last time with the Valley when Hoon was able to get the Valentina and Ethereal left themselves nothing big open. Like, I feel like I mentioned the very beginning of tonight, those two heroes, like, they're living and breathing together right now. Like, you don't want to let the Faramis in unless you can steal the Cult Altar, and vice versa, right? So, neither of those heroes have been banned yet, and if Vec Fantasy wants to, they can not ban one of them, right? Like, they could leave one open for themselves here.
Well, the thing is, right now, we still have Valentina, Julian, and Juan open right now. I think one of those is going to end up getting through, and I feel like if they do get through, they're going to be picked first by one of these teams here. We do see Faramis is going to go ahead and get banned, so they are going to go ahead and take that out early, not wanting to deal with it again. So I'm assuming this is going to be either a Valentina or a Julian. It's kind of a rough position for Team First Blood here right now. Yeah, and there we're going to go ahead and have that Valentina taken out. Here's the thought, though. Are we going to use Julian, or do we leave him open? I have not seen enough from Julian to warrant a first pick if we don't have like this. Okay.
Well, they think you're wrong.
Well, there it is. So we need to be able to kind of find. I'd like to see him coupled with some type of a little bit more CC as well. Something that can help that we can kind of get those wombo combos in there to kind of help us cope with it. Because right now, I feel like today, Julian hasn't had a good outing tonight at all. I feel like a lot of teams have been using him and not really maximizing his potential out there. We do see on the side of Team First Blood two very strong I don't want to dare I say basic picks. It's the Belmont and Esmeralda. I mean they're strong and they're meta for a reason. And it might be kind of it's what we usually see. Very strong side laner in Esmeralda and Belmont with that early amount of damage he's able to do, and the recovering he's able to do with that for those objectives. We do see the counter with the Dyroth, but also on the side of Team First Blood, Joy Baj on the Cho, who has been lethal on it. As we move into the second banning phase, just to let you know about how bad is his ability to be able to get into the lines, focus on a single character, get that Way of the Dragon locked onto them, and push them back into the team. It's almost uncanny there.
Yeah.
And they better have a plan for this to be able to protect their players from there.
Yeah, Joybaj is like the new Gal's Cutie of Cho right now. Like, Joybaj is a monster on it. It's something that, as we saw, like, we've seen a lot of teams when they go up against Team First Blood, they banned out that Cho in the first phase just because of how much of a problem it can be. And that, paired up with the Balmond, I mean, like, the ability right now to just come into the jungle, and I was almost going to say you need to put Sayori in the jungle, right? I think the problem with the Julian is we've been seeing him a lot in the XP lane, and I do not think he shines there, man. I think he needs to be a jungler or a mid laner to get those ganks, to be able to be aggressive, try to get ambushes, and you're not just secluded. You need to be able to roam around, right? But now, with this Cho and with this Balmond, it makes the Julian look very, very vulnerable, right? It makes the Julian look like just a prime target, especially if you put him in the jungle. So I think from the side of VFM, like something solid, maybe pick up the Thamus here. Pick up something bulky in the jungle that can't be bullied by the Cho, that can't be invaded by the Balmond. And now with TFB picking up this Lilia, it just looks even more aggressive. You know what? Like tower diving in your face, invading, like anytime they want, they're just going to either send the Cho, send the Lilia under the tower, because you know you can Black Shoes, you know you can G-Kondo out, and you're going to try to get a pick. So VFM needs to answer this, I think, with some bulkiness, with some CC, with some nice walls, maybe a like literal walls, maybe a Grok, maybe something like that. And I think a Thamus could really be the solid pick here. Paquito may also work.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we do see the Atlas. I'm going to tell you right now, Atlas, not losing today, needs to be on point. I'm going to tell you, against Shen, every single stun you miss, every single failed attempt at a Fatal Lynx is going to result in Shen throwing these bombs all over you. So you're going to need to be on point with these or have an escape plan because I've seen this before, especially against a Lilia. And I feel like this Lilia was picked specifically to kind of ward off this Atlas pick from the side of VFM. We're going to see how well it does here, if they can kind of come in together. And here's kind of a new arrival in NA, I want to say, is this this Bruno pick. And I really haven't seen it too often. We did see it last week with Ackerman pulled out that Bruno.
He's been poking his head here and there. He's been showing up here and there a little bit.
If Bruno has the front line, has the ability to just be able to like launch out auto attacks, he's going to be a menace. You're going to need to have some type of answer for him. And even then, he still has a dash, a slide, that soccer slide to be able to get out of the way and even momentarily stuns the opponent. So we're going to see how well he can do here. I really do think that Team First Blood is going to be able to kind of isolate, and they even have a Joybaj on that Cho that's going to be able to kind of even peel for that Bruno as well. So it's going to be really interesting. I want to see how VFM is going to go ahead and handle this as we are in game 2 of VFM taking on Team First Blood.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a good game at that. And I think right now, you know, the win condition for VFM is try to not let this harassment that we're about to see now happen. Like, and of course, right now it's not a big deal, but you do force out. You're going to force out this retribution, right? And it's just a small step in the right direction. And with the Paquito, like, we're already seeing some nice damage, and I wanted to see a bulky jungler, and that's what they're giving me here, right? So you do have some ability to withstand Kid, you have some ability to withstand Shen, but you mentioned the Fatal Lynx earlier, right? And I don't think there's any way he's going to catch this Lilia. You have Black Shoes to reposition, plus you have the Purify now. So, like, it's definitely going to be hard for not losing today on this Atlas to make big plays. He's going to need to target someone else. Now, there are a lot of targets, and I don't see too much. Wait a second, we might see some possible targets right now, Private.
Yeah, Peter Gold is right now trying to ward off. He's doing a lot of damage right now. Might be taken out as he is able to get it back off into the tower, but we do see a pop-up onto Shen, starting things off for Team First Blood, as Feeder Gold is going to go ahead and push more into it. We do see that kid up at the top is looking for a little bit of position here, is going to come in here right now, and we do see that Feeder Gold does get taken out there, so it is a 1-for-1 trade right now. Oh, in favor of VFM right now, as they go ahead and get another kill onto Gina God mode here in the early moments of this game.
Little first blood battle down in the gold lane already. Almost said God lane. Would pay ode to Gina God mode, right? But Turtle now up, right? And TFB showing that they want to put on aggression, but VFM answering that aggression with aggression. As we creep into the mid lane, what I was saying is, I think the main people that need to worry about these Fatal Links are gonna be these frontliners. Is Kid, wait a second, bit of an engage in the bottom.
Yeah, we do see a pop-up with those enhanced shade. Joy by just get taken out there. A little too deep there, as Kid is going to go ahead and spin his way out to safety. Shen is going to get popped up with those enhanced chains. He's going to launch out some wide bombs that do not connect here. Not a bad game, a bad start for VFM right now. Maybe a little too eager. Oh, we do see, a nice flicker by Gina God mode. Sayori coming in a little late there. Might be getting taken out there. We do see the bombs coming up, are not able to clean it up, as Alex is going to go ahead and clean up that gold lane, and they disengage here. So they kind of miscue that tower dive, but are able to get away. And right now, honestly, Feeder in a little bit of trouble here, is going to have to deal with
the dive.
And here comes Joy Baj, is coming in here looking for that Jeet Kune Do, is going to connect on it, and he does connect with the way up the dragon. And we do see that the ult from Kid is going to go ahead and finish it off. We do have enhanced chain is going to pop up Joy Baj, as we see even more damage. Wave of the World connecting damage onto the side of Team First Blood. They're going to have to disengage here right now, as or onto VFM, as Team First Blood is going to go ahead and put on the damage to this tower. A Fatal Links does land onto Gina God mode. They are not. Oh, they are able to finish it, as Gina God mode does go down here. Kid comes in, is going to miss that ultimate of the Belmont. Is going to go ahead and miss that. So a good pickup here by VFM with a very aggressive Team First Blood.
Yeah, I mean, luckily there, VFM, I think it was important that they were able to slow down, like get that kill onto Gina there, but now Feeder all alone up against 3 members. Don't know if there's going to be a way out of this. Oh, wait, the dragon does lock in, and the Fatal Link secures the kill. Not losing today, tries to get there, but just doesn't make it in time. Private.
Yeah, we do see there's just an immense amount of pressure. 4 members of Team First Blood here are latching on, making room, zoning out for this turtle. There's not really going to be much that BFM can do here, as Ono XP is going to have to back off just a little bit here from the mid lane. We do see that Not Losing is going to go ahead and have to get out of this position, but he is caught in a bad way in between 2 members of Team First Blood. That's going to wave the dragon, connected onto him, and he's going to get taken out there, as we are trying to rain damage on it, but it is not enough to take down Team First Blood. It is a tie game, 4-4, with about a 1k gold lead only by Team First Blood, but they do have the tower, they do have the macro in their favor. Unknown XP is going to get picked up by Alex here up at the top lane, and another engagement down at bottom. T-Rex.
Yeah, they are battling out. Kid does not want to stop. He does steal that red buff, pulled under the tower, frozen, locked in place, able to dash away and say Rory goes down. Gina God mode, firing rockets from the back line. 1v2, he's ready. VFM not losing today, will go down. And this is the Bruno right now. You leave him unchecked, he is gonna rain chaos. Another tower going down, from the point of, even with him having 2 deaths under his belt, he is still just chipping away damage at tanks like Atlas right now. Not only that, but the ability to chip away at these towers so hard is what makes this Bruno theoretically so long for a solid gold lane pick, but it just never really shone to light, right? It just never really came up, but recently we've been seeing it, and it has been working wonders. TFB right now being very, very aggressive, and VFM trying to answer, making some picks across the map, but it seems like while they're doing it, they're losing out on gold.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's what comes into play here when you do have a peeler like the Cho on your team. You're able to kind of isolate members of the VFM, kick them back with that Way of the Dragon, while Bruno's going to be able to have a heck of a time just raining damage on them unanswered. He doesn't even have to stay too far in the back line if they're getting knocked in with that Way of the Dragon. We do see that kid coming in with that lethal counter. Is it going to be enough? Peter Gold is able to take down the tower. We do see that crossbow attack does come down. Joyboz goes down, followed by Kid. Shen in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to disengage. The enhanced chains do miss, but not losing. Get him taken down by that Esmeralda. It looks like Alex actually might be in trouble. He's going to try to distance himself right now. Sayori with a pop-up, and here comes Peter Gold. Is it going to be enough? He is following right now, trying to put the boots onto Unknown here. We do see another engagement there, but Esmeralda goes down there. Cameraman, you are fired.
No. Our deepest apologies. Turtle is back up now, right? And Kid slowly working down on it. Feeder Gold does finally get a crossbow tang off. We do see that there are some possibilities there, right? It's not completely over for VFM. And Gina Godmode getting picked off. Another player we need to focus in on, Soya right now. Soya on this Dairoth. We haven't seen a whole lot of him, right? Not a lot of action has been happening up in this EXP lane, but he has gotten a pick onto Unknown XP. He has taken a tower in the top lane. He's helped even the playing field. And when he gets a bit more engaged in some of these team fights, I feel like the damage could help make a distance against players like Kid, against Joyboz, you know, against some of the bulkier front line. He could be the thing that breaks through that wall.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of engagement here right now. Enhanced chains does pop up. Joyboz, he is going to take a lot of damage. Does get taken down. We do see the crossbow attack. Does get locked on. Shen is in a little bit of trouble here, and we do see that knockout punch is able to clean him up right now. It is only 2 to 5 right now. Are they going to be able to stop this? As we do see Gina Godmode is trying to back up into the tower. Is going to be able to make short work of these minions right now. But what an impressive push right now. Even though it feels like Team First Blood does have the cohesion, right now VFM is just a very tight with their shot groups right now. They're staying together. They're getting these kills. Even every single time that Joyboz tries to go in, there's just a mountain of elements that come into play. We have the CC, we have that we have the Atlas coming in with the Fatal Links. We have the Sayori with oh my god, we have another exchange here. We have Sayori with those enhanced shades, able to pop them up. There's a lot of CC, a lot of wobble combos. Sayori actually might be in a little trouble. Is able to flicker out of the way, taking them to Juke City, baby. He is oh yeah, he might be in a little bit of trouble. We do see the Fatal Links coming in here now. Gina Godmode is gonna get taken out here right now. Team First Blood on their back foot right now. About a 3k gold lead in favor of VFM right now. Joyboz in a little bit of trouble. It's gonna go ahead and disengage there with that Jeet Kune Do, and this is another tower going over to VFM. It is now 5 towers to 3 as VFM looking to possibly turn their attention to this Lord.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, VFM definitely is hitting that spike, right? They've rubber band in. You got this Paquito who is just so dominating in the mid game. Not only that, but Alex is 6-0-3. So far ahead, 8,400 gold, a full 2,000 gold ahead of Kid right now. In those punches, they hurt. Not only that, but so you have like normally your frontliner is bulky, right? But they went for a straight damage build on this Paquito. So he is just knocking people out quite literally, right? And then you have Not Losing a Day on this Atlas, who is landing some nice Fatal Links. Maybe not big group ones, but he's landing them on to Gina Godmode, on to Kid, you know, onto that one player, and that's all they need. With the damage of Feeder and with the damage of Alex, you're able to make that pick count.
Oh, we do see a Way of the Dragon does a land onto Sayori, and he gets taken down, unfortunately. We do see that the rest of Team First Blood is going to go ahead, recoup, get topped up before this first Lord push. And I'm going to say right now, VFM in a good position here, but needs to keep tight, needs to keep these lanes pushed, needs to make sure that they're not stepping out too far, because a team like Team First Blood is not going to allow you very many mistakes. And speaking of which, we do see Unknown XP is going to get caught in a Fatal Links. Does have we do have the passive right now Feeder is in a good way here. Did have the ult there.
Doesn't use it.
As we, yeah, and we do see. Oh, Gina got a little bit of trouble here. Oh, a flicker, an outplay by Gina God Mode and Joybaj there, able to kind of corner off that Abysm strike there from the Dyroth. And we do see, we're going to see an ult. Feeder Gold thinks twice about it as they are able to take this first inhibitor. So Team First Blood may be leaning a little too hard onto their mechanical ability because this draft is definitely in favor of VFM right now, and they are having a very hard time of dealing with it right now.
Oh, now they are coming in with the Wave of the Dragon, but the Fatal Lynx responds back, and not losing today, tries to make the play, but his members are falling down. Feeder all alone, finally gets a crossbow. Tang trying to lock on Unknown XP. Can he get the finish? Not quite. 3 members now chasing him down. Alex also here, able to get that knockout punch in, able to knock down Unknown EXP. And while this is all happening, minions are crashing into the base of TFB, so they're forced to not fully push in Soya. Alex, Feeder Gold, maybe want to take this here. Feeder Gold bouncing around, and Alex completely annihilates Shen. No time for Black Shoes today. The damage is just too high. Soya now on to Kid, and next will be Gina God Mode. A wonderful retaliation from Vex Fantasy, and the death counters are getting higher. A wave of minions coming, well, a half a wave of minions coming down the mid as VFM wants to try to take another inhibitor here.
Yeah, this is the second to last inhibitor left
finish
for the side. Are they even?
Is this a finish?
Doesn't look like Team First Blood is going to be able to stop it as the last bit of damage onto the core goes down. And this, I feel like this is what happens when you overlook a team. Team First Blood getting surprised, and a very solid victory for Vec Fantasy main there in the second match of this series.
Nice. I mean, the fact that Vec Fan, like, I'm still caught off guard by how quick they were able to finish that. And for a second, it looks like Team First Blood was gonna like reverse wipe them, and then Vex Fantasy buys enough time to get some more members on the field, and it's just that quick. Now the damage Paquito, man, that damage Paquito, man. I mean, it's been so long since we've seen a jungler just output raw damage like that, and Alex made it look so good. 9-0-3, definitely a well-deserved MVP there. Now, I mean, Feeder Gold picked up the pieces after taking a lot of deaths in the early game and was able to make some plays count, but Alex just played wonderful start to finish.
I feel like it wasn't just, I feel like there was a lot that went successful for VFM here. Every single time Joybaj went in to try to isolate a member, he was able to get those Way of the Dragon. He did exactly what he wanted to. Got in, able to isolate a member of VFM with a Way of the Dragon, push it back into his team, but the second he pushed him back into his team, there was an Atlas coming in with those Fatal Links and then popping them back out on the other side to his own team, and then they just started raining down damage. With that happening, it was really providing a lot of trouble for this Bruno to kind of keep a distance that was safe for him. Bruno isn't really known for that immense amount of distance that he can cover with his shots. He actually has to be pretty close. I think the only other person that needs to be closer than him is Carry to a lot of these fights, and then and he was paying for it in these fights too. He went 3-5 here, not really able to take off there. And then the counter in the XP lane right now. Unknown XP having a heck of a time on this Esmeralda, dealing with Sayori, and or not dealing with Sayori,
Soya.
Soya, the Dyroth counter there. So I feel like the draft was kind of ignored by Team First Blood. I feel like they got the picks they wanted, but they completely ignored the counters that were coming up from VFM, and they kind of paid for it in the game. I think they felt like their skill level was going to be enough to kind of carry them through. But as we started moving later and later on into this game, you started seeing these counters come into play. You started seeing what happens when you give up a freaking Wan and an Atlas without a proper counter for it. Like I said, I was hoping that they kind of had a plan for it if VFM was going to miss those Fatal Links, but he didn't. He was landing them very well onto Team First Blood.
Yeah, like very well. And that's like you said, we were worried. But I guess like, as I mentioned, you have a lot, and I think it's, all right, his timing. Like his timing. They were very, VFM was very like, I want teams to do this a lot and they don't always do it. Like, wait for, then they, like you said, they waited for Joybaj to make that play sometimes. TFB was feeling very confident and they kept trying to be the aggressor, and every time VFM started answering back, they weren't playing as like proactive. It was a lot more reactionary, and it was the good reactionary. Sometimes we worry about how teams are too reactionary, but VFM did it very well this game. They let TFB make the first move in a lot of those team fights, and then you see Not Losing Day come in. Then you see Feeder Gold on the Wan, find the right angle, able to come in at the right time, get that crossbow tang off in the most clutch opportunities. Same with Alex. Alex wasn't always the front line. VFM came out of a lot of those fights in different angles. You had different heroes spread around in these team fights, finding the heroes they needed to connect to at the right times, at the right moments, in making every kill count. Once they got to that 9-minute mark and that power spike really hit in for Paquito, and the power spike really hit in for Feeder Gold, once he was able to get those first 3 items in, it was just game on. And they were able to bide enough time, not let TFB roll over them, and find that moment and end the game very, very cleanly.
Yeah, and a great job to VFM. They honestly did exactly once they got the momentum in their favor. They basically did exactly what TFB did to them in the first game, where they got that momentum, they kept on the pressure, and they did not let up. They continually pushed into the jungle, into the base, into these objectives, got the Lord, and then were able to finally close up the match. I'm not even sure what that last game was, but it seemed like it was pretty close to how long the first game was. So they did this very quickly, and I'm really happy to see how much they were able to adjust and stick to a plan and kind of play it out without letting that first loss really ruffle their feathers. They came back with an answer. And an answer that surprised Team First Blood. And right now it's a 1-1 game, so it's anybody's series right now.
Now, let us know, guys, who you think. We put a little poll up, and this is probably the first time I've seen VFM with such a good possibility, sitting at a 50 or 40, 42, 52, 51% possibility here from what the chat says. So there are some believers here that VFM can take this, and honestly, I feel like this would just add to the chaos of the comeback of the season, right? This would put VFM closer and just even out this leaderboard even more. And honestly, that's kind of what I want to see. So I would love to see, I love TFB, but I'd love to see VFM take this series and just make this season that much closer. Now, the bans are coming in. The Wan, the respect ban, you got to take it off the field. And I'm honestly not surprised, right? That ended up being a major problem. Even though they were able to kind of dominate in that gold lane early on, it still became a problem. But the Beatrix also getting banned out because we don't want to let Gina God mode have that. Now, I feel like we got to see the Faramis ban here, right?
Yeah, well, the Faramis ban is going to do one of two things. It's going to leave open the Atlas, which was actually a big problem last game, which is going to need to be answered here during this first half of the draft. Are you okay? So
Faramis is open.
Yeah, Faramis is open. Julian is open. There goes the Faramis, and we do not have a Valentina to answer for it. If there isn't an answer to this, I'm eager. I'm open-minded. VFM, what do you have for Faramis?
I don't know. They had to. They had to, unless it was just complete mess up, right? Unless it was like, oh no, we forgot Faramis. Like, you have to have an answer. You have to be thinking in your head, we're gonna let them have. Like, it's not like this is like a kind of a pick, like like maybe we won't ban it, maybe we will. This is like you ban it or you better have a freaking answer. So let's see if VFM has finally come up with something here. You know what could be the possibility, right? Like the Diggy could give you a little bit of survivability, a little bit of movement speed to draw out the Cult Altar fight, right? Because that's the goal, right? Like, make the fight long enough. Once the cultologist comes out, you disengage and you kind of keep your distance and then maybe keep the fight going, right?
Honestly, at this point, because I just don't feel like Diggy has the longevity to be able to last through a cult altar. At this point, if you don't have something that can match a cult altar, I feel like you have to have something that can take him off the field. And the only thing I can think of is like maybe like the 3 assassin comp we saw from Deuce Knights last season. Like you need something that would be able to close him, shut him down
quickly.
I mean, you can try to bait out that ability, but like it's easier said than done. It's like, all right, we're in the middle of a fight, cult altar gets activated. What do? Everybody run, wait for it to deactivate before you can keep putting damage onto it. It's really interesting. You're gonna have to be doing very well in the early game to even like he's not unstoppable. He's not this immortal titan that cannot be beat, because we've seen it before. Teams get so far ahead, they gank him early, they get such a lead that it doesn't even matter when the cult altar comes on, because the team is able to put on the damage to kill your team twice. So we'll see how well it comes, because we just saw last game, VFM is able to, if they have the right comp, they are able to execute it, and they are able to take down people like First Blood here. But it's going to be interesting to see what they have in favor as we are moving into the second half of these banning phases. We see that Uranus and Linux getting taken off the table.
Paquito.
And then Paquito, and there goes the Atlas.
What is left open now? I feel like the Atlas could have possibly been the answer. Like if you can get a nice Fatal Links in onto that Fermis and then back up with the burst damage, you have the Julian for even more knock-up possibilities. But now with both of those heroes gone, it's looking a little grim for VFM, but they left it open. They have to have something up their sleeve here. Now, let's talk a little bit about TFB, what they've got so far. They have the Ballman. They have objective security. They have late game security with this Claude, and they have plenty of survivability. VFM bringing in the Grok Solid, but now the Thamus as well, falling into the hands of TFB here. I'm not going to lie, this looks very rough for VFM.
Yeah, it's a very thick line for them, especially if you can get this. It's very tanky, a very good front line that's going to be sustained with a cult altar. Not only that, but you're going to allow, with that front line, you're going to allow this Gina God mode on this Claude to be able to get those stacks up for that Blazing Duet to be able to come in there and spray down the damage on there with that Blazing Duet. Oh, but we are potential. We're gonna see 2 of the Kung Fu skins. We're gonna see Lord Shen and Kai. I believe his Nox or something like that. I'm just excited. I don't care what happens with this match. I'm excited to see both of these skins in play, because they are absolutely gorgeous. But we are going on. It is now or never, do or die. Last match of the night, last match of the series for both of these teams. VFM taking it to Team First Blood, grand finalists of the Challenger tournament, and VFM has shown that they can match them up, but will they be able to beat them? We're gonna find out right now.
Okay, so I have an idea for VFM, right? I have the theory of how they can take this. Now, when I look at the side of TFB right now, they're a pocket formation team right now. Dive comp, even with your marksman, he's not a very ranged marksman. He can distance himself, and he has the ability to battle mirror BMI in and BMI out, right? Like move in, move out. But honestly, they're a comp that needs to be very involved. Sayori, First Blood, catches us a little off guard. That is going to go into the hands of TFB, right? So I think the plan for VFM here, split push. Split push, man. Use the Ling, split push, and put pressure on these towers.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Alex is getting the beating taken to him right now. He's going to get taken down to about 10% health right now as Unknown XP is able to clean up that top jungle. And a little bit of engagement here at mid. We do see 3, and we do see that Jikudo is going to come down. So Yori does get latched onto, is going to get taken down, and is not able to recover onto this Grok as he's going to be able to flicker his way to safety. 37 seconds still left on this turtle as Kid moves on to his jungle.
This is rough. This is already, I mean, with the Balmond, with the Thamus, there's just so much aggression. Not to mention also the Cho, right? And we know how Joybush comes in, feeder gold, taking a bit of damage here. But watch Alex, maybe trying to make a possible play here, waiting for the moment. Shen walks right into it, but he does have the speed to get away. Soya in the off lane, able to take out Unknown XP, which is a good start for VFM. Maybe they can pick up something else down in this gold lane. Joybush and Shen now re-engaging. No pullback for Shen there, but still a lot of damage put out. Colt Altar gets activated, and this is going to give everyone a bit more survivability to maybe push even harder, but instead they're going to opt to go for this turtle.
Yeah, Kid already over there, so a good read by Team First Blood there to kind of have that engagement down at the bottom and then take advantage of that by splitting into an objective like the turtle. We do see him trying to go ahead and take that. Is he able to get it? He was. Kid able to go ahead and steal that jungle right now. Unknown XP in a little bit of trouble as they go ahead and take out Sayori. 4 members of Team First Blood, so the cohesion definitely on the side of Team First Blood as they get a 3-1 lead right now in the opening 3 minutes of this match.
Yeah, not only that, but almost a 2,000 goal lead already. Team First Bloods knows what they want to do, right? And the thing is even if it does creep in the late game, they still have the Claude, who is just such a great, like, late game damage to everybody. So they have a lot of bases covered. Hold on a second, a little bit of action coming. A big miss, wild charge. Tempest of Blades is coming down, though. Can they finally clean something up here? Tries to make a play, not quite able to connect. Kid is brought low, but the Wave of Dragon comes in, and Soya knocked out of place, but Alex wants to keep going. Soya able to pick up that kill, but Unknown XP is now here to help out with the double kill. No, Shen takes that one, but you might as well give it Unknown XP.
Jesus. Team First Blood is not taking any chances here right now. Feeder Gold does get latched onto with that blazing duet, but we do have Alex up here kind of pending and waiting. He is not going to dive in there. Thinks twice about it as we have a little bit of an engagement down at mid, and Thamus is going to go ahead and disengage from that right now. So a 5-2 lead right now, but they do have a 3K gold lead. First Blood does right now. We do see Kid is going to go ahead. He is not afraid of this team at all, but he is about to contend with 4 members of VFM right now. He does get popped up here right now, and
is he gonna get out?
Stun lock. He's
Cold Altar.
Cold Altar comes in for the save, and man, Kid able to take down Sayori. The pop-up does come onto Thamus, but he is not shaken by it. He's just gonna charge right in right now. And man, Team First Blood, they mad, huh? They came back with a vengeance for this match.
What a play there. I mean, Shen able to come in the last moment there and just save the day ultimately, right? I mean, and this just shows, wait a second, Joybush with the Way of the Dragon. Unknown EXP comes around and picks up that kill, and now Shen is also starting to do a lot of damage. Kid with the pick. Now Soya alone in between several members. Unknown XP takes the tower. Soya just trying to get away, but not, able to, luckily. But TFB continues to push in on this map.
Yeah, and right now this is all Team First Blood right now as they are just having their way. Even with the Shadow Stampede, we do see that blade, that Tempest of Blade does come down there, and looks like Cho actually might be in a little bit of trouble here as Joybaj trying to find his way out of that. He is going to go ahead, activate that roaming item. Feeder Gold might be in a little bit of trouble here. It is putting on the damage to Joybaj. Might be in a little bit of trouble. Does activate that Way of the Dragon. Gets taken down, but here comes the Blazing Duet. Not losing, isn't going to be able to protect his marksman, but here comes the Shadow Stampede. Shen is not going to be able to protect his teammate, and there is the Cold Altar. But is he going to be able to get away? He is, and he is putting the damage on right now. Sayori actually having to disengage. Oh, a tower! This might be it for Shen as the chains miss. He is lowered down, and he does get taken down by Grok. Was that an execute? No, it wasn't. It was just damage. I was about to say, this Grok doesn't have execute, but he does get taken down there. It is 11-5 with with a 4K gold lead in favor of Team First Blood. They are really putting the boots. This is just shades of the first game right now. They are taking this one seriously from behind the tower. There comes the Way of the Dragon, followed by a lethal counter, and they make short work of Feeder Gold on that marksman.
Yeah, VFM needs to start playing a little bit tighter. They can't keep letting themselves get locked down like this, but now Kid is trying to make the play. Wild Charge comes in. Kid just too bulky. The Bloodlust Axe giving him a little bit too much sustainability. In comes the Blazing Duet and the lethal counter, wiping out Not Losing Today. It looks like you might be losing today. VFM, even when they bulk up, they're just not able to compete right now. The goal lead is just too much. I'm trying, I'm searching, but I can't find an answer right now.
Yeah, it is a 7K gold lead right now. We can see the pop-up. Way of the Dragon does go out to Soya. Soya and AR taken down, but Joybot does pay for that as the Cult Ultra comes down, and Not Losing Today is going to have to back off of that tower. There's not really much that you can do. It is a 2v4 right now, as up at the top, very wisely, Alex is going ahead and split pushing, putting these minions up onto the top lane, and it does look like Unknown XP is going to have to answer this.
Yeah, I mean, they can answer, but at the same time, they're answering back by taking a tower for themselves, and Alex almost taken out from Unknown XP there, so he's going to need to be careful. I think that split pushing may have been something that they should have done a bit earlier, almost a little, too late at this point, but it is something, right? You're trying to gain back a little bit of land. You can tell that VFM's head is still in the game. They're still strategizing. They're still thinking about what they need to do next. Unknown XP walking to several members, does get locked up, immobilized. Counter Inferno does start though, but it's not enough. Feeder Gold gets that kill, but Not Losing Today will pay right after. Now Joybaj comes in with Kid, and another member goes down. Soya along with Baj. Now it's a 1-4-2, a 2-for-2, but make that a triple. Will Kid continue his relentlessness, trying to come on to Alex now? The Cult Altar goes off, and this brings Kid back to full health.
Bro, they are just not safe anywhere on the map right now. No matter how deep you're going into your base, you just saw Shen chase Sayori all the way back to base and still able to pick up the kill. Here comes Soya in with a falling Star Moon, is not able to pick up the hit onto Kid, and we do see, look,
that was
able
close
to snatch up that blue is Alex. So good game by him to be able to take that blue. So he's going to have that for the next engagement.
Yeah, he will have that. That's something, right? It's something in the onslaught of TFB right now, but Team First Blood not doing what some teams earlier have been doing. They're just keeping it smart, right? They're going to freeze these lanes a little bit, wait for this next Lord to come up. It's only 20 seconds. Kid roaming back to his jungle to get as much as he can. Going to pick up this red buff, probably even move over to the blue before he goes. But while this is happening, VFM knows it is a chance for them to strike, but are they going to be enough to take on the Unknown XP? Yes, they will. Feeder Gold is finally there, right? He is starting to make some big plays. We do have a pause on the map, though, from the side of Vex Fantasy main. Let's get back to the Casters S while we figure this out behind the scenes private. Can Vex Fantasy do something here to take this game?
The problem is what we saw from the beginning. Is there an answer for this Faramis? Not even just the Cult Altar. We're talking about this Shadow Stampede that is able to kind of pull people back into the fights to get even more damage put on there. And then not even talking about the damage that Faramis is doing with his other abilities. The vicious is it vicious retrieval? Yeah, that he does that sprays on so much damage onto them, no matter how, with the more people that are there, the more damage it does to them. And then you're adding in the Cult Ultra to that. There needs to be an answer, and right now, maybe it's split pushing, like you were talking about. Maybe it's kind of keeping them engaged in these fights for the Lord, for the pushes, while somebody, or maybe the rest of the team, is out there kind of spread out trying to split push. But what we're seeing is, even with the split pushing, the rest of Team First Blood is so good at closing ranks and closing the distance into these open lanes so quickly that even if you are able to split push, they're able to answer it quite quickly to pick up a kill or to stop that wave. So it's almost kind of a futile attempt.
I mean, it's true. Like, it does feel pretty futile. One thing I can point out, though, is feeder gold on the carry right now. We are starting to see that damage finally kick in a little bit, and it should do well against Kid, against Unknown XP, against some of the bulkier heroes on the side of Team First Blood. So if the side of Vec Fantasy Main can open up enough space, which they do have the ability for that, right? Like, you do have Not Losing Today, you have the Grok, you have the Esmeralda, you even have a little bit of CC coming from Sayori on this Julian with those knockouts. If you can open up enough space and buy enough time for Feeder Gold to kind of dance around in these team fights like you see some carries do, you could pop off. You could maybe get the team wipe, right? Like, you could maybe make the play to save the game.
Yeah, it just depends on how fast you kind of can react to it, because right now, I mean, it is just a steamroll. There are people who are 3K individual heroes have 3K up on some members of Vec Fantasy Main, so you have to be very careful about the fights you choose. When you see that this Lord is being taken by the side of Team First Blood, and they are immediately go to kind of close out this jungle. Oh, and then we have a little bit behind the scenes here right now. Team First Blood is behind this tower trying to push Vec Fantasy Main back away. So like I said, just as they're split pushing, Team First Blood is there to go ahead and close ranks very quickly. So even with the split pushes, it's not really a huge concern for them at this point, as we have this early Lord crashing in at top and the rest of these lanes starting to get lined up.
Yeah, I mean, just from that and this whole time, TFB, a very mobile team. Like, even though you don't have any like assassins, any marksmen, like, you have a lot of mobility. It seems like they've always gotten there at the right time, but the Lord is coming down, Private. Take us out.
Yeah, we do have the Lord coming up at the top. The entirety of Fantasy Man is up at the top. Joy Boss maybe went a little too early as we have the Gold Ultra coming out, and down goes the Tempest of Blades. Joy Boss does get taken out there, but it was answered by a kill onto carry. Alex goes down again, and there goes Soya. They might be able to close it with this early Lord. We see the damage going onto the turret as we are down to half health. The core is taken down, and that is going to be the close-up of this series in a very dominating fashion, as Team First Blood able to kind of regain a little bit of that notoriety with such a dominating last game.
Yeah, they just, I mean, from beginning to finish there, they sealed the deal. I honestly feel like from the draft, they dominated. We were so worried. The Faramis comes in, and that was just the start of the downfall of VFM. We were really hoping that they had an answer. And then in that second banning phase, they lose the Paquito, they lose the Atlas, which were two such strong heroes for them in game 2. And it just left them, I think, with no answers. I feel like the Atlas may have been, you know, the trick up their sleeve, the card that they had to play. And once that got banded, it seemed like at that point they were just kind of reaching, and they do end up losing. Now, they do take a win, so they do put a point on the board. They do keep themselves a little bit possibly in the realm of playoffs. If they can have some really good games for the rest of the season, maybe they can pull something off. But TFB right there is just proving that they are a team to be reckoned with. I don't know how long I can keep calling them the Rookie of the Year if they keep winning games like this.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. And no team starts as this monster team. Everybody goes through their ups and downs. Vec Fantasy Main, very sure and consciously starting to make waves up, starting to get wins on some of these top teams. This week, they got a win over Team First Blood. Last week, they took a win over the Valley, continuing to show that you cannot underestimate them, or you're going to get surprised by them. And I'm definitely liking what I'm seeing from them, especially with the improvements that they're making. Unfortunately, we're talking about the grand finalists here. These dudes, even on a bad day, they are so sharp with their ability, their macro, knowing what needs to be done, pushing objectives, not letting up, especially. And then, like I said, like with normally, I can't even just say they're kind of flawless with the draft anymore, because that second game, I feel like they let a lot of things through because they were really leaning on their mechanical skills to kind of carry them through. through, but they definitely learned through that when they got into the third game and absolutely shut down VFM there, and there really wasn't any wiggle room for them. So congratulations to both teams there, but Team First Blood going to walk away with the victory there and kind of still enforcing their position at the top of the squad, getting there to the top of the squad league and at the top of the NA as a whole.
Yeah, definitely a wonderful game by both teams. You know, a nice best of 3 all the way. We didn't just see a sweep. We didn't see anything too crazy where a team just completely rolled over the next one. We got to see a nice full series, which is always a pleasure. But that full series will be the final one of the night. Now, real quickly, I just wanted to answer a couple questions that I've been seeing, as in, we know we have a couple new people here in the chat. We've had a nice little viewer bounce today, a little bit of promo from Hoon. We do appreciate that. Big shout out. The point system. We run on the same point system as MPL for the league, so a 2-0 win gets you 3 points, a 2-1 win gets you 2 points, and a 1-2 loss gets you 1 point. So VFM, for example, even though they lost the series, they won a game, so they get a single point, which all adds up. The top 6 teams with the most points at the end of the season, which is a complete round robin. Every team will play against every other team. The top 6 teams at the end of the season will go to the playoffs, which will be a tournament-style bracket. The victor takes home the prize money, which currently is sitting a little above $1,500. NASL has been around now for 3 seasons, and we are proud to be here honing some of the greatest teams in all of NA. So, if you guys are new, make sure you hit the subscribe button, the like button. Make sure you follow the casters like me and Private, G the Akayo, and several other casters that cast for this league. Make sure you follow the teams, as we made it so all the teams had to have Instagrams and social media accounts for this season, because we are trying to grow the NA scene. So if you want to be a part of it, make sure you tune in. You can also join the Discord where you will get all of the information you want first, before it is released on the YouTube, before it is released on the Instagram, Reddit, or anything else. It is dropped in the Discord first, so it is a great place to have that stuff up front. As in the leaderboard, the updated leaderboard will be posted tomorrow. We also have a GoFundMe for the league to help support the prize pool, things like that. That is in the description. Feel free, if you want to donate to the league, if you want to help these teams get a little bit more money in the prize pool, you can donate to that. All of that does go to the prize pool. Once again, thank you everyone for watching. It has been a big blast. I think it's been a while since just me and I think since NACT, since just me and you have done a duo cast. So it's a pleasure. Private, it's always a pleasure casting with you. Thank you everyone so much for watching tonight. Any last words from you, Private?
No, it was a great night. Enjoyed, like I said, these 2 dual casters. It's been a while since we did them in the squad league. It was pretty exciting, especially with that Faramis match. It was a lot of excitement going there. A big congratulations to all the teams who have been competing in here. And just to add on to that, if the Challenger tournament, the NACT proved anything, it's that all the teams that you see here are at the tippy top of the NACT. When they get done here with the league and they go in and start grinding their swords and getting ready for the Moontune hosted events, you see these very same teams at the top of the mountain in the NACT as well. So I mean, it's absolutely amazing to see how well and what these teams constantly facing the top of NA, what it does for a team.
This is the garden where we grow gods. This is the place where we create legends. Most definitely. And it's honestly so awesome to see those teams do so well, and see some of the team like TFB, for example, teams that have started off a little rough around the edges, come through this league, then go to the NACT and just perform and dominate. And then I'm casting over there, and it's just so nice to see these familiar faces. And it's been such an amazing thing to see NA grow as a whole. But before me and Private just keep talking for hours and hours and hours, because we can do it, as you know, we're going to have to call it a night. We will be live tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for any community posts in case there's any issues. Like tonight, we had some big storms going over. We had some technical issues, so we started a bit late. Once again, you can join the Discord if you want any updates on the fly. Thank you, everyone. One last time, don't forget to like the stream and subscribe. Have a good one. See you in the next draft.
Have a good night. Cheers.